Hi everybody, my name is Tim Heidecker and welcome to the first episode of my new show, On Cinema at the Cinema. You can tell that they shot a lot of this stuff in the woods and in certain locations that really work.
Bags of popcorn.
Dessert, pie, but this is actually the dessert, not dessert, it's the PI from math. I'm giving it as many bags of popcorn as you can, which is 6 bags of popcorn and 3 sodas. It's called Hobbit. I mean, I tell you, I am such a fan of these Lord of the Rings movies. How do they do all that special effects? In other words, the people that are tiny, short, small hobbits versus the tall humans. All the technology that goes into making this movie kind of makes you go, the attack on his compound because of where they knew where he was. Our movie today is called Jack Reacher, starring Tom Cruise. Definitely in my top 3 actors. So I'm giving that one the highest score you can give it, which is 6 bags of popcorn and 6 sodas. Put the dick back in your pants. Can we use that? I brought in Star Trek 4. Greg seems to insist that Star Trek 2 is where they go back to San Francisco.
Yeah,
but what's
that's
true
right.
is Star Trek 4 is the one where they go back to San Francisco. Listen to this. Kirk must true crew. Well, I said to my wife this morning, I said, I bet the producers of this movie were pissed when they remembered that there was the movie called Three Amigos, because between Billy Crystal, Bette Midler, and Marissa Tomei, those were the 3 amigos in this movie. I was diagnosed with having several blood clots on my brain, and it's one of those things where do you operate or not?
No, you get the operation.
Obviously, that's one of the choices we have to make. But my point is that side effects and the whole idea of the medical industry and drugs and Obamacare and everything like that, this movie hit home. James Gandolfini. Gandalf.
From The Hobbit.
I'm not letting you say that kind of crap on my show. Well, I had an emergency and was not able to finish seeing The Dark Skies, so I'll give it a 3 bags with a conditional that I'm assuming it deserves 4 or 5, and when I do see that, we'll update that on the website. I went fishing yesterday and cut the tip of my finger off. A new drink called the Oscar Special, like a little popcorn, butter, and champagne. How drunk are you? Scale of 1 to 10. 10. People have been writing and asking about my medical condition. I wanted to give you an update that my family and I discussed this with our doctor, and I'm not going to be getting the surgery per the doctor's suggestion, first of all. And second of all, because of homeopathic medicine that is available that we're looking into, and there are different ways of treating the situation that do not involve invasive surgery, such as different supplements. So thank you, and let's not worry so much about my health and let's worry about movies. It is better to not tax so much and have not as much regulations. I don't like magic, and I never did, but this one, suddenly I walked out of this movie theater going, now I want to go see magic. After I saw the movie, I went to the Toys R Us near our house and picked up a little beginner's magic kit. And it was magic things, and lo and behold, they didn't have some of the tricks that were in this movie, but I did learn about the cups and the balls and everything like that, and it's because of movies like this, you get exposed to different kinds of culture. I love that. I love sort of coming off the high horse, a little bit, and saying, oh, well, guess what? People of all ages, and not just, you don't have to be some hooty-tooty film critic. Ayaka is staying with my family. She's a foreign exchange student from Japan. Jurassic Park, read it in 3D. I thought we were going to be able to cut to this part of the segment in 3D.
That would be pretty cool.
Yeah, that was my idea, and somebody said that would be possible. Don't do that. Do we have to swap cameras? Should we wait? You told me we were going to be able to do this in 3D.
Sam Neill is great.
I'm pissed. We can take 5 if you want to send it for 3. My point is, can we get people to wear the glasses? What's the... All right. Well, okay, so this is in regular 2D, which is fine. But the movie Jurassic Park is in 3D. I'm sorry, I'm pissed about this.
You should have gotten the surgery.
That ship has sailed. We've been spending time saying goodbye. I hope you guys will remember me. I do want to address my wound, or these darn bandages. As you can tell, I did have the surgery. It was pretty touch and go there. I thought for sure I was going to be passed away. The surgery happened, much to the chagrin of my wife. Push come to shove, and where I'm divorced. Very interesting sci-fi movie for me. I give it 2 bags of popcorn because I thought it was not very interesting. I just want to mention we are currently selling the On Cinema mug. This is my used mug, so it has some, actually was my wife's, and now I've got everything in boxes. Starring actor Ryan Reynolds, one of my favorite actors, Burt Reynolds' son. Oof, my head's in about 1,000 places. I got back into this too quick. This was one of my favorite movies. I loved the first Murphs a lot. I loved the whole blue thing where everything is about blue and the color blue and the way they say Smurfs. In a rush because I have to leave very soon for a doctor's appointment, and then off to the lawyers. And this is a little too much of about like a liberal kind of thing for me because of Matt Damon. And it had sort of this negative attitude towards blacks. No, I didn't see this one. I didn't see it. Chloe Grace Mortez. Got some good news about my health, that I'm in good shape, and personal life's a different story. This is Star Trek IV. It's all this book is.
No, they're telling you that all 4 movies are in one book.
Shut up! Thank you for being a part of the show, and I honestly do not think that it's a good match to have you on the show anymore. Ayaka and I officially seeing each other. We're going out. Tim and Ayaka give it 5 bags of popcorn. Isn't that simple? We're always thinking alike. Could not have come from my house. Well, so she's lying.
I'm not lying.
You're putting me on the spot here, and I want to say that I don't appreciate it, and you're being disrespectful to the show, and we have big problems. Sorry to say that Ayaka has returned to her homeland. I think the age difference and the cultural difference was just too vast. There were a lot of times I couldn't understand what she was saying. In Cleveland, Ohio, believe it or not, the city hall there, they are not letting him use manger for. And I'm pleased to say that I'm feeling great, the doctors have cleared me of all the clots. They said there's not a chance of them coming back. And I've had this sort of tingling numbness in my hands and my feet.
Did you get tested for diabetes? That sounds like some of the early symptoms.
I don't think it's diabetes. It's for old people. I've got the weirdest thing going on. My foot has gotten so swollen.
I think what you have is diabetes.
It's not diabetes. My nephew turned me on to what they call an acupuncturist, who uses a Chinese needle. I'm here with my acupuncturist, Dr. San, who's agreed to join me here. I guess I should say he's needs to be here. He's been monitoring me for the past 24 hours. Dr. San is with us. Let's talk alternatives. Hi, everybody. Welcome to a new episode of On Alternative Medicine on Cinema. I have they call it stage 3 infection on my face from Dr. San's needles. If anybody out there knows where he is, I need to speak with him. And my lawyer needs to speak with him as well, and so does the police. A little bit bad news. You are right. I do have diabetes. I've been checking out a new website called cureyourself.com, and I found there's a way to combat diabetes pretty simply. You use flax seeds. I gotta show you guys an exclusive clip of my new film. That's right, I've been making a movie all on my own.
Decker, thanks for coming.
Cancel the show. Eat gumbo and eat the Academy Awards. Thank God for Greg Turkington's Vice Surprise. Thank God for everything there is. Thank God for Greg Turkington for coming on the show. I don't know who I'd be if it weren't for me in 10 years. Incorrect. That's Star Trek 4.
Hey, Mr. Director.
Oh, thank you. That's right.
Good to see you again.
You guys know
Yeah.
Joe and I did a movie together for Ayaka. Dear Tim, how are you? Long time no see. I have great news today. I'm pregnant. I relocated to Jackson Hole, Wyoming, which is where I now live, and I got myself a Kawasaki motorcycle. Bit of a paternity dispute with her, and I would just like to clear the air and go on the record here and say that situation has been taken care of. and send her the money that she would need for such a procedure. I want to do a new segment, guys, that I've never done before. I'm very excited about it. We shot it earlier, and it's a way to get to know the guests of On Cinema. Let me ask you a question. Have you ever seen this movie?
Of course, that's a collector's item. Where'd you find that?
Oh, it doesn't matter. All right, well, that was very interesting. Learned a lot about you that we didn't know. And you were telling me off camera that you were just recently in the hospital for a couple weeks.
Yeah, during the hiatus I was.
All right, well, thank you guys for watching. I've been eating a lot of bison, which of course is so rich in amoeba acids. And I started thinking about, well, what is the one area of the whole entertainment industry that I don't have a foothold in? And it dawned on me, it was publishing. And I thought, I want to have a publishing company and start publishing books. I'm also working on a book of my own called Hog Shots, which is a photo book of pictures of me on a motorcycle and other motorcycles that I see around town. And my son and I watched this together when he was out visiting. You know, I have a 15-year-old boy from a previous marriage. Yeah, we're estranged. I barely ever see him, but now he's coming out to Jackson Hole once a week because they're down in Tempe.
You were married 15 years ago?
Mm-hmm. I want to acknowledge I was in an accident yesterday. I stopped in at a Walmart and I pulled into the parking lot. Because I'm on my motorcycle, I can park in the handicap spot. I'm idling her down, and some old bitch comes out. She's yelling at me, saying, "You shouldn't be allowed to park there. You don't have the thing." I shut up. I'm getting pissed off. I get off the bike, like, because I want to go at her. My boot gets caught in the saddlebag of the bike. I twist off the bike. The kickstand was in the wrong spot and didn't hold and clipped out from under the bike. So the bike tipped over and I spun out around and over the bike, smacked my face onto the pavement, and then the bike fell over onto me and my hand and fractured my wrist. And then of course I got all this.
So the bike wasn't even moving?
No, the bike was stationary at this point, although it had been idling. I lost the sight in my right eye, and some of you know I already have very diminished sight abilities in my left eye. Today's movies are Guardians of the Galaxy, the sounds of the action and all the explosions and lasers and the sounds of the ship and everything. And I really loved the dialogue. I loved hearing everybody talk about what was going on in the movie. All the words people said were very good. I did what I thought was right for the show.
Stealing footage.
It's not stealing, Greg, okay?
I didn't...
Hey! As soon as, like I said, you become part of the realm, you become part of the On Cinema family, you become mine. Everything you do is mine. I own On Cinema. And if you want to be a part of that, then you have to be a part of whatever I decide we do. Otherwise, you can go f*** yourself. And I want to thank everybody for tuning in to Decker. Getting almost more positivity about Decker than this show.
Yeah, it's a cool show. I mean, I was a little skeptical at first.
Decker does not draw from Bond. Bond is shit. I shouldn't even get into this because I'm going to start crying. It's just been a really hard couple years, and seeing Decker hit the silver screen has been an honor. Oh, I'm sorry. You ever have one of those hangovers that make you feel like you got jackhammers going on in your head? I went to a biker bar last night for the first time in a long time, met some very cool guys, and stayed out till the f***ing place closed.
So what have you been up to lately?
I've been busy with baby. You know, Tim and I have a baby now. I named him Tom Cruise after his favorite actor. I don't know, he hasn't returned my call or anything, but he sent me money, so I bought a ticket to go back to America.
I told her exactly what to do with that kid. She didn't do it, that's her choice. But as far as I'm concerned, I have nothing to do with her. The kid could be the bottom of the ocean for all I care. I'm glad to be back. I do not belong in Jackson Hole. Let me put it this way. I was getting guys that were involved with KKK. Decker 2 is definitely happening. As some of you guys know, I took out a very large small business loan to publish Hog Shots, which does not happen. I do not recommend motorcycles. People should drive cars. So the money's there. I've got a timeshare right now in the island of Hawaii, where I will be spending time and shooting Decker 2. Absolutely love being back here in North Hollywood here with my new roommate, Greg Turkington.
Give it 5 bags of popcorn and 5 baseballs.
I give you that. That's why you're that's why I have you on the show. Your expertise really comes in handy, especially during these kind of times. When I get it wrong, I'll admit when I'm wrong. I've been checking out a website called values.com. It's a great place to get motivational, inspirational messages. One of them is know when you're wrong and admit when you're wrong. I goofed on this one. It's my fault. I take it all back. Kevin Costner deserves the Oscar for this movie. I know everyone's thinking, don't drink, because I have a problem with that. But I do have this. I found this at the store the other day. This is organic champagne, so it's non-alcoholic.
I was directing this movie, Ant-Man.
You're in a movie with this guy, with Paul Rudd.
And
you two are the team now, and I'm a guy on the outside. I gotta go.
I present to you Mr. James Dean.
You never won an Academy Award anyways, even if you are James Dean. Get out of here. You get out of here! I was going to say it's good to see you again, but I don't know how true that would be because we've been spending a lot of time together. I've literally been around you pretty much 24/7 now for the past couple
your
weeks.
turn to make the popcorn tonight.
All right. Well, we've been going back and forth between here and Hawaii while we're shooting back here. The home front, staying at Greg's apartment, has been an interesting experience. This guy, no question about it, is a movie buff because he's constantly watching movies. And it's driving me nuts a little bit. The other night, I ended up taking over his bedroom because I said, if you're going to be watching movies constantly in that living room, then why don't I move into your bedroom and make that sort of my own master suite? And this message is for one person only, and that would be Ayaka, my love. You are the mother of my son, Tom Cruise Heidecker, and I want to be a part of his life. If we get back together, we could become the power couple of Hollywood.
Where are you guys going to live?
The Heidecker family is back together again. Ayaka has come back to me with my son, Tom Cruise Heidecker, and we are all a happy family living at the Turkington residence now, back in the master bedroom. It's just great to be a family once again. And a quick plug-a-roo for my son, Tom Cruise Decker, who is trying to be an actor. This is his headshot. He's such a natural on camera. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the first ever appearance on television of Tom Cruise Heidecker, my son. How am I supposed to see the movie if I've got to direct and I'm on camera the whole time? And as soon as we wrap, I got to get back to the airport, and we're here. And there's absolutely barely enough time for me to go to the bathroom, let alone see a
I know, that's what I'm
Will
saying.
Ferrell movie.
Well,
and you don't have a son who's not well. Okay.
Your son's not in Hawaii, though.
Well, I'm on the phone, I'm talking to doctors and everything like that. I actually went body surfing for the first time the other day, met some cool guys, turned me on to some moves. It's kind of sad. We got one more big shoot coming up. We leave tonight and we wrap things up on Decker. I think I want to dedicate this episode to Paul Walker, and I think the Academy should honor him this year and say, we should officially change his name to Paul Driver, because that's what he loved doing, is driving cars fast. And that is very cool. Would you marry me? Yes. Ayaka's doing great. Little Tom Cruise is growing up. So he's going through sort of those terrible twos. A little early. Can't put my finger on how many months he is. I've been enjoying really just expressing myself, my individual talents through music. Thank you all for supporting Our Values Are Under Attack from Decker, Hawaii. My first #1 download.
Where?
Was my first download. It was the #1 download out of that catalog. Whatever gene that is that make you gifted musically, I got it. So I'm going to be probably the next few months working on that almost exclusively. What is the future of Decker 3? You, sir, Greg Turkington, will be in charge of the franchise. Ant-Man, directed by Peyton Reed, and stars Paul Rudd, Greg Turkington. I thought this movie was a miss. This was sort of real trash. Shame on every person involved with the film, including the actors, even the small parts I thought were terrible. Fantastic Four, starring Tim Heidecker. I give this one 6 bags of popcorn. Dakota Johnson.
Just Dakota.
Oh, okay. Dakota.
Okay. Like the state.
Dakota.
It's just Dakota. It's just Dakota.
This is. Okay.
Dakota.
Oh, it's like North Dakota.
Yeah.
North Dakota.
Or South
Dakota. Dakota Johnson. I'd like to announce the formation of my first ever band called Decker. I'm going to be recording our first 3-song EP this coming weekend. This is called Empty Bottle.
This Dr. Luther that Ayaka's been talking about, in fact, is Dr. Sand.
She
would have told
I've been looking for this asshole since for 2 years, and you're telling me he's been right under my nose this whole time?
Dr. Luther is Dr. Sand.
It's actually comforting to know that you're out there and you have a great relationship with Ayaka, and I know that you just started seeing my son, Tom Cruise Jr., who has his own set of health problems. Dr. Sand has gotten rid of all chemically induced food. Decker versus Dracula has been canceled.
No.
It turned into a mockery. It turned into a joke. Thank you to Dr. Sand, who has me on this powder called Relax. What is the lowest rated film in On Cinema history? The answer is Ant-Man. That was right. My guest today is a band member of mine from Decker is Axiom. I'm supposed to go down there to do a final mix on Empty Bottle, and I have some issues, of course, up here with Tom Cruise Jr. being a little under the weather. We're going to be talking about my son, Tom Cruise Heidecker, who passed away over the weekend. I'll be honest with you, Doc. From my own eyes, I could see you tried everything.
We tried magnets. I thought for sure that was going to pull the iron in his blood back into alignment.
Farewell, Tom Cruise. Miss you, son, you ain't coming back. They have, for tonight, brought our son back.
Thank you, Father. It's so great to be here with you and Mom again.
Who's going to get the write-in vote?
It's Ant-Man or Decker versus Dracula.
I would like to think Fantastic Four is a good shot, starring myself. Unfortunately, that got cut out of a number of scenes.
Which I wanted to ask you, if you pay
Four...
$15,000 to be in a movie and they cut the scenes out, do you get a partial refund?
You're pulling that. Okay. I didn't pay any money. You know that. That's old news. Ayaka and I have started the Tom Cruise Memorial Arts Fund.
Mr. Dean!
You come in here, you think this is a fucking joke? Get the fuck out of here! I'm done with you!
Thanks to Tom Cruise Jr., wherever he is. He's shining down on us and leading us towards a brighter future and encouraging the arts. Also, my thanks to Ayaka's father, who has also put in some significant funding towards the success of the Victorville Film Center. We're going to be finishing the record over the next few months. I'm in that writing process now where I'm trying to access song ideas. The Lord has blessed us and Ayaka and me with the chance to try again. We are expecting. I, Tim Heidecker, host of On Cinema, do solemnly endorse the presidency of Donald J. Trump. Dr. Sand turned me on to this amazing nutritional vape technology. This nutritional vape system that you've invented now replaces my meals, and I'm not required to no longer eat. And there's a psychoactive element in this which is creating creativity. This stimulates so much. If I didn't have it, I feel like I'd turn into like a zombie. So I'm addicted to this, not in a literal medical sense, but I don't think I could live without it. I'm full. It's like I just had a big box of Oreo cookies or something. I feel full and almost sick from it. People have been asking me what's going on with Ayaka. We had a conversation about taking a little bit of a break on having that kid, and I'm asking her to consider that right now. So she went back to Japan to consider that and talk to her family about it.
And I'm going to throw in a pair of handcuffs for Dr. San.
A few weeks ago, I was introduced to a nutritional system through the Dr. San, which I was led to believe was going to inspire creativity and was going to give me a healthier life. What it actually did, in fact, was cause me a tremendous amount of trouble, made me make some very, very bad decisions, which led to my wife leaving me and moving back to Japan. After last week's taping, I went to the clinic and had my blood tested. And the doctor came in with his mouth wide open. He said he couldn't believe the substances that were in my body and the levels by which they were at in my body. There were high levels of speed, synthetic marijuana, synthetic cocaine, PCH, some PCH 911 or something like that. He said I would have been dead if I had not come in. I'm committing myself to the Victorville experience. I'm here now full-time. I've gotten myself away from Dr. San. Greg here is letting me stay at the Victorville Film Archive, which has been very generous of you to let me crash there as I rebuild. And I am so lucky to have this second chance. Look me in the eyes. I want to tell you something. Come here. Look me in the eyes. Look me in the eyes. I want to tell you. I love you. Last week we talked about the Suicide Squad, and that's where I was at, basically. I was at the 6th Street Bridge and was going to jump. Since last week, I've had a few relapses with the issues I was going through, and it was decided upon me and the group that I need, like a baby would, I need constant supervision. Timur Bekmabeva, oh shit. That's very close.
Will you wash your hands?
Yeah. I want to apologize because I threw these guys under the bus a couple weeks ago. I was able to connect again with Dr. Sand. He's admitting that it was his fault, that the dosage and the chemistry that he had combined to make this for me was all wrong. And we were able to dial it in and actually find the right amounts for me. Axiom had to go back to West Hollywood, but luckily his sister Juliana here is staying out here with me. And she's keeping me warm at night, if you know what I mean. At the archive. Don't tell Axiom, by the way. He doesn't know about it being her.
Well, it's more Ayaka that I would tell. I've been getting complaints from the landlord at the archive that I need to talk to you about, because I do not want to lose that space because of how you've been carrying on there at night.
Always happy to guest host in Tim's absence, but in these circumstances, it's anything but happy. There was a fire at the Victorville Film Archive. It was caused by Tim falling asleep in his cot, smoking. The cigarette apparently fell down onto the blanket. He's in the hospital still. He will survive, but he's got serious third and first degree burns that are going to take a lot of work. You're not going to be seeing him anymore this season.
I'm back. This looks a lot worse than it is. They'll be doing some small plastic surgery to get fixed up, and my hand is charred back, basically the bone. I cannot stop coming to work here because I will lose my health insurance. The story was my vape pen, which was, I didn't realize, a piece of junk from China, had overheated and caught fire on one of the cardboard boxes holding the archives. So 7
All of them.
or 8 flaming VHS copies landed on my face as I was sleeping, which woke me up. What's going on?
Tim, we got Ayaka and her dad,
How?
Mark,
What is this?
John, Greg, of course. And we've been recognizing that you've been having a lot of trouble with your life, and, well, frankly, that we're a little bit worried about you, Tim.
You know, the car is waiting for you.
That's what I wanted to hear.
We'll keep the child.
I don't think that's a good idea.
Bacayaro.
I'm gonna kick it up a notch. We are about to go Dakar 2.0, man. We got a whole new angle. Get out of here!
That's all right.
You get out!
Hey,
You get out too, old man! Throw the bass away. I don't need it anymore. I can program bass licks on a computer. Let's go to CVS. I need to get some Perkies. Hey everybody. Most important is the Percocets that keep the pain away. I want to read this. This is neat. I got a note from Kenny Chesney. Dear Tim, I understand you're in a terrible accident, and we just want to let you know that we're thinking of you, and we're able to hear your first track from Empty Bottle, and we are loving it. There's also a note here from the guys in Rascal Flatts. I want to apologize. If you were in this room, you'd probably smell it, but I've been wearing this shirt now for 4 weeks. It fused into my skin because of the fire, and some of the fabric and materials made in China have become part of my skin.
What is up with your wife, Ayaka, and
I haven't
the
seen
baby?
her since that stupid waste of time intervention you had for me. We are excited to debut the new track from a group that we're working with right now called DKR. This is a new electronic music collaboration between myself and Axiom. I know people are wondering, how am I going to bounce back? How am I going to rise from the ashes, literally, musically, without the ability to play bass?
No new information.
Hold on, quiet.
Dreamed of everything left in my mind. Chicken down, like on the outside. I've never been through enough time.
I'm going to have 2 kids.
She's having twins?
No, Juliana's pregnant.
If you wanted to do the show, why didn't you stay here and put on the real show instead of going to Dubai? Because this studio is not good. And you basically cut the funding down to about 1/1000th of what it would be.
I'm not fucking around. I'm on the 64th floor, and there's a window here.
Well, jump. Moonlight won for Best Supporting Actress. Bye-bye.
Hey folks, I am feeling fine. We had a bit of a 2 steps forward, 1 step back scenario with my face because the topical antibiotic I was given to use did affect my mood and stomach issues as well. So I sort of lapsed in the application of that ointment, and that led to a pretty bad infection. So the skin on my face, the doctors are saying, is dying. But the good news is that's put me sort of at the top of the list for a skin transplant, which will be happening shortly, hopefully. So we're in a little bit of pain today, which is why this has come in handy again and again, because it takes the pain away. We are now here in sort of my dream. This is sort of my laboratory for a new cinema concept that I've been working on called the 6-bag cinema. We combine basically fine dining, high concept food with the cinema experience. This DKR's Empty Bottle 2.0 still available for download. It's actually on 1 million downloads now, so that's been a huge success, and I've become sort of the golden boy of the EDM music fest scene. I've been traveling all over the place. I was in Dubai last week. First time I actually flew on a private jet. It was a chartered private jet with me and DJ Flo. I'm not living in a storage facility anymore. I'm rebuilding my life from the bottom up. As you guys can tell, the skin's getting worse. You can almost see some of the skull, the cheekbone coming through, because the skin's just fallen off. So next week we'll be able to announce finalists for who's going to end up donating skin to bring my face back to its old natural beauty. To penalize you a little bit here, no outside food. I want to stick to
You guys
Jean
don't
Lenard's
have any,
menu, respect his menu.
You don't have any popcorn.
Yes, we do. We had the truffle oil popcorn.
Well, I got sick from one bite of that.
Put it on the table. Put it on the table. Put it here. Wow. Apologies for the coughing there. I am medicating my pain right now. Obviously, I'm going through a lot with the skin is now turning into what they're saying is kind of gangrene scenario, where it's starting to just completely spread. The dead cells are rotting, and woke up this morning to the smell of my own dead flesh on my face, which nearly made me pass out from just the scent, not even the pain. I do want to talk quickly about the skin transplant, which is mere weeks away. I want to announce who the semifinalists are for the skin donation. So those are our semifinalists. What's the news from Victorville?
You know what it is.
We had some more bad news hit the Victorville scene.
Somebody burned down the theater.
Somebody burned down the theater. Apparently there was a fire potentially caused by bad wiring. The old VCR, the old VCR that you had hooked up potentially wasn't grounded, they say. But that theater's now done. Directed by Hendel Buttboy. Unfortunately, had to say goodbye to Chef Jean Lenard. It just wasn't working out. I'm basically taking over the menu and head chef for now. It's not that hard. Anybody can do it. We're going to be announcing the finalists for the skin donor situation for my face. Our 2 finalists, Axiom and Manuel, my little brother in life, also now officially my brother-in-law. Yes. And I know that was painful for you. Now, nothing would give me more pleasure, more joy, than to honorably wear your skin on my face. But unfortunately, we are not a match. Therefore, Manuel, it will be you. You'll be donating your skin to my face. Okay? You all right with this?
Yeah.
Hi everybody, I am not the Phantom of the Opera. I'm actually Tim Heidecker here, and successfully returned from my skin graft operation. Been wearing this mask now. It's a self-lubricating mask, which is preventing infection. At the end of today's show, I've decided that I will be revealing my face to you guys for the very first time, and to my wife. And if you're interested in the music of Dakar, check out coming up in, I think it's about 3 weeks, we'll put the schedule up for the Electric Sun Desert Music Festival. It's a festival that I'm sort of the first festival that I've put together myself. Remove his popcorn. This guy's back, my hand, they've also was able to get enough skin out of the situation to fix this hand perfectly back to normal. This, they're sort of saying, has been so damaged by the fire, down to the core bone structure of the hand that's basically a useless. There's no point in fixing this hand. So that hand's, forget about that hand. We don't need that hand. All right, would I like to bring out Juliana, my wife? She is very excited. She's had to deal with all the scab, all the pus and the blood and all that stuff, and it was pretty nasty and stinky. I know I haven't been around. I've been traveling the globe, making people's lives better through my music. We've been keeping the apartment clean and everything, and we appreciate that. And you took care of that other problem. I know that was a hard decision to make. Tell us a little bit about the procedure.
Well, it was a little painful, but it was worth it for a brother.
And where did they take the skin from? Can you reveal that?
My lower back, my ass, basically.
Okay. Here we go. You like that?
Looks good.
I'm really happy. It's me again. The Electric Sun Desert Music Festival coming up this coming week, actually. And I've got just an awesome opportunity for everybody that's coming. Basically, me and the good doctor, San, and I have developed this very special blend of what I'm calling the TCH vape system in honor of my dearly departed. And we're going to be giving away as much as we can this weekend. Stick around. We got Dr. Sand coming who's going to talk all about this. He's going to be at the festival doing lectures on proper usage of the vape system. I wanted to talk to you about the TCH vape system that we developed together.
Yes, it's very exciting.
Yeah. We've had some ups and downs with this system in the past.
We have.
And now I think you have dialed it in, and this is just the perfect blend. Tell me a little bit about what's going on here.
Well, this new blend is 100% Ma Huang free, so we got that heart palpitation.
That was the shit that was
stuff
driving
out of
me
it.
nuts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I have this friend who started a farm of Bufo alvarius toads, and so he raises the toads out in the desert.
Right.
And he milks the venom sacs. And we get a little
What?
bit so we put a little bit of Bufo alvarius venom in the mix.
Right.
That helps us regulate our brain waves so they are on the same level as like a master meditator, like a monk who's been in a cave for 20 years.
Wow, so it's good for your
Who's
body.
nuts then?
And what does it do to the folks that are in the audience listening to DKR when they're hearing those beats?
I think they're going to really be into it.
I think so too.
For anyone who likes good teen movies, this is right up there with Rebel Without a Cause, 5 bags of popcorn.
That's coming on strong now.
It is 101 minutes long, and it's directed by Claire Kilner. That's our popcorn classic for today. Can we roll a Road to Hollywood segment? Kind of a somber occasion in some ways. We received word that our former host of the show, Tim Heidecker, is in jail in San Bernardino County. He was involved with something called the Electric Sun Desert Festival over the weekend. I'm sure anyone who watches the news saw that 18 teenagers, young people, died as a result of a vaping product that he was handing out, and he is in jail along with his accomplice, Dr. Luther San, who, if you've seen the show, you're familiar with, and a lot of charges of manslaughter, murder, and that sort of thing. I feel like the best thing to do would be to keep moving and review some movies.
Yeah, and I'll be honest, I don't think I'm going to miss him too much.
Working with him, I mean, you know, you're dealing with somebody who's deep into drug addiction and who honestly never knew anything about movies in the first place. Sorry, you know, 158 people are in the hospital in Hesperia and Apple Valley because of this festival. Most of those will live. There are 18 that will not. I mean, they're dead, you know, they're dead. So he's going down, and if he were somehow beat the rap on the 18 murder charges, he's got 158 attempted murder as well to try to beat. Good riddance to Tim and Dr. San.
Keep him in jail.
And our prayers are with the 158 hospitalized in Victorville.
Get well soon.
Oh, but I had time to stop off and see Tim at the Hootskow. He's not happy where he's at, but
Good. I bet he's watching more movies in prison than he ever did to review on the show.
Yeah, well, you know, I
I feel terrible about what happened at the festival.
killed.
And I got to kind of eat crow here a little bit with Greg and say, Doc, you were right about Dr. Sam. He really put me in a bad spot here. If there can be any good news in this situation is
You're gone in general.
I've been talking with my lawyer who's been talking to the DA, and there is a path for me, provided I do certain things, which I can't really talk about, but it looks like I'll be getting out of here tomorrow on bail. And also, it looks like I'll be able to cut a deal, because this is about Dr. San and about the poison that he made. And I think provided everything goes smoothly, this thing's all going to pass over, for me at least. Thank you guys for filling in and keeping the show going. I haven't got a chance to see it yet, but as soon as I get out tomorrow, I'm going to check it out.
I heard what you guys said about me, and it stung. But I'm not here to place blame on anybody. My lawyer, Doug Lyman, is here. Unfortunately, we're going to have to shutter down the operations here temporarily because my focus has to be on what I need to do to make amends. I'm going to do what's right, and it's going to be really about the Electric Sun 18.
2 more died.
Well, the Electric Sun 20 then. Dr. San, the rat, the evil man, bad guy, really let me down, and he let everybody down. He certainly let the 20 down that passed away and their families down because he was irresponsible with his dosage. Now, as you'll see, when it becomes public and when you see the affidavit that Doug Lyman and I put together, I was absolutely out of the loop when it came to the contents of the vape ingredients. And I had no clue what was going on there. But I did know, and I will testify to this, that Dr. San deserves to bear responsibility for this. It was a horrible day where I was up there and I had just hit into a new track that Axiom and I had built. It was called Save Us, ironically. And it was about my marriage to Juliana and how that was falling apart. I look out in the crowd and you just start seeing bodies dropping. The Apple Valley folks should be ashamed of themselves. The EMTs were so late to get in there. As a festival organizer, I didn't anticipate needing doctors and everything there, but we called and we waited about 40 minutes for anyone to arrive. Doug and I are talking about even suing Apple Valley. On the advice of my counsel, we are here to talk about movies because I want to demonstrate that I have the capacity and the ability to serve my community. Guardians of the Galaxy 2. Well, I did not see this film. Found out yesterday that Dr. San took the coward's route and hung himself in his cell. Doug Lyman, my attorney, is now telling me that the DA's office is now refocusing their attention on me. The families, of course, are seeking some kind of justice for the deaths of the kids, and now I'm suddenly back under the spotlight. And I'm supposed to go in there potentially tomorrow to turn myself in, and there'll be new charges attached. The poison that he put in those vape pens that those kids sucked down and put them out, first of all, it's on him, and it's on Apple Valley. All I did was play some music. And it's ridiculous to think that I'm supposed to take responsibility for any of this, especially when it comes to jail and all that shit. I'm not sleeping, and I'm thinking I keep picturing swaying in the window of the jail cell. As much as we hate Dr. San, and we hate him, and he's a bad guy, you can't deny it, he's a part of the On Cinema family. And I think what I want to do tonight is just honor him with this tribute. So
Tribute?
Watch the tribute.
Who put this together?
I remember the times they were good.
If anybody's interested in the six bag cinema concept, send me a note and maybe we can work out some kind of deal where I pass along the conceptual copyrights to you guys. Wish me luck.
Good luck.
And I'm counting on the On Cinema family to stand with me throughout this long trial. Even that stunt Mark played. No matter what happens to me, I'll always remember the shit you said.
At this time, the court calls the people of the state of California versus Timothy Richard Heidecker. Defendant is charged with counts 1 through 20 of second-degree felony murder.
Is Timothy Heidecker a killer? He filled the lungs of his innocent victims with a chemical
cocktail, which he knew to be toxic.
Mr. Heidecker, please allow your counsel to speak for you. That's what he's being paid for.
Well, you're not doing your job.
When we first got to the scene, there were multiple casualties. We were referred to Dr. San, but he did not appear to have any medical capabilities, nor did he seem to be coherent.
I feel like I'm the best person for this job. I can be able to represent myself.
Mr. Heidecker, I must advise you. There are many risks involved.
I understand, but there's no way I was going to continue with Mark.
Christopher Delgado is important to me. They're all important to me. Strike that.
Metal hex enemy. Quite a tongue twister there.
Yes, it is. It's
Objection. Is it a tongue twister? Is it officially a tongue twister? This is evidence tampering.
Evidence tampering?
Perhaps there's footage of Mr. Sanchez taking back everything he said.
Speculation?
Is it common to use a paper if you're testing chemicals? For example, if the court will allow, I take a piece of paper. Say I have a cup of coffee. See that? Jury can see. And say I dip it in like this. Is that going to make a chemical reaction? Is that going to tell me anything that I need to know? You know, look it. It changes the color, but not much.
If that were a drug testing strip, it would indicate if drugs were in your coffee. Yes.
Okay.
Can you describe the nature of the assault by Mr. Heidecker?
He'll bop me.
As my employee, I have the constitutional right to strike him if he disobeys me. No, if he disobeyed me, it's Mark. I'll fuck you up, Mark. Believe me, I'll fuck you up. I want to extend apologies to the counselors to my left and to bailiff, to the rest, to the court, especially the jury, who I love.
Did Mr. Heidecker take the melody of your song and use it for his own song?
It might, I don't know, I don't really know.
You're saying you donated your right hand to Timothy Heidecker?
Yes, he did more than me.
What kind of man would you say Tim Heidecker is?
Tim is a very confused and angry man. He sometimes has a violent temper, and he was very upset with Tom Jr. all the time.
Are you still in love with me?
No.
No further questions, Your Honor. And let's please welcome to the stage Orion Jacks.
And he didn't pay you on that day, correct?
Nope. And I still haven't been paid, so.
Did he pay you to testify today?
Yes.
I did not say I would pay you for this testimony.
Yes, you did.
No, I did not.
Yes,
I said I would pay you for the festival.
Yeah, but you also told me that you're going to pay me for this as well.
Paint us a picture of your experience there that Friday.
I had a wonderful experience at the festival, I thought. Great music, good food, good vibe all around, DKR rock.
Are you being compensated by the defendant for your testimony today?
Yes.
Star Trek II. Did that movie take place in San Francisco?
Yes, it did.
I have no further questions, Your Honor. I'd like to call my first witness, film director Nicholas Meyer.
I co-wrote and directed Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan.
You would not classify the plot of Star Trek II as being set in San Francisco.
No.
If you were asked, a man on the street, which Star Trek movie takes place in San Francisco, your answer would be?
Star Trek IV, The Voyage Home.
Thank you. No further.
When did you first meet the defendant?
I got a call from him around 10:30 last night.
What did he offer to pay you?
$10,000.
I met Dr. San the night he hanged himself. He handed me a letter. I, Dr. San, am only one responsible for all the death from the Electric Sun 20.
Do you consider yourself to be a devout Roman Catholic?
Yes.
Who wrote the letter?
Tim gave it to me this morning.
Okay.
At this point, both the people and the defense are entitled to give you closing arguments.
We have the testimony of one of the great directors of all time, affirming that the testimony of Mr. Turkington was nothing but a bunch of baloney. That Mr. Turkington has no expertise, so anything he says in this courtroom should be thrown out with the baby with the don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Chris Delgado came up to me before the festival began and said, if anything should happen to me, I can tell by the way you've handled things so far is that it could never have been you. But if something does happen to me, I want you to use my memory to do something good, do something positive. I want to start the Electric Sun 20 Music Foundation, or we could call it the Delgado Fund.
We, the jury, find the defendant, Timothy Richard Heidecker, not guilty of the crime of felony second-degree murder.
Has the jury reached a verdict as to counts 1 through 6 and 8 through 20?
No, we were not able to reach a unanimous decision.
I will simply say the court is disappointed that we were unable to reach a verdict on 19 counts of second-degree felony murder. The court has no choice but to declare a mistrial in this case.
Yes.
We got him, man.
Thank God for the one juror, really, who is sort of the stopgap here and created this amazing verdict. DA goes, this Rossetti has turned out to be a total rat and a bad guy. It's unbelievable that this county here is keeping him in this position. And I don't know how you find these people, if you elect them or not, but if you have elected them, who knows, maybe he'll have some competition next time. This is my first time being a lawyer, and I've proven myself to be basically unstoppable. I think it's going to be creatively stimulating. I think you're going to, I don't know if it's going to be a concept album or a rock opera or something.
I'm going to make him an offer he can't refuse.
Probably, maybe could be the last performance of DKR. Greg's here, and people are sort of like wondering why. The way things went down during the last time we kind of saw each other was during the trial that was decided upon my innocence. Last week, I had a phone call with the late, great Reverend Billy Graham. I was the last person to talk to Reverend Billy Graham before he died. And I didn't know what I was going to do because I wanted to kind of purge people like you and Mark and even Joe to some degree, and especially you, Manuel, and Axiom. And he said to me, you have to learn to forgive and forget. So I'm saying to you right now, I forgive you for the things you said to me during the trial, and I forgive to some degree Mark, and I don't forget some things in that department is why we're shutting things down. I'm being told I need to thank our sponsor tonight. The Delgado Fund is one of the reasons that we are here tonight. You know, I had a lot of loss last year with the families and with the kids from the Electric Sun 2019. Out of that grew this beautiful organization that is so important to me and is bringing arts back into the community. When we come back, we're going to begin the trial of George Lucas. There's a film that came out this year directed by George Lucas called The Last Jedi. And at some point in the movie, there was a character established named the Master Codebreaker. Now, there's no further evidence needed to prove that this man is guilty. And as far as this is concerned, should be sentenced to death. Look at this, Greg. Sorry. Got a little rummy in my tummy.
The first shark came out.
What the fuck is your problem? I told you to sit down. Sit down! Mark, take it away. Mark? What's going on, Mark? Hey, is he not getting up? Oh, shit. They're saying that he's gone. That he didn't make it to the hospital. So, get the fuck out. You say one more word, I'll fucking smack you in the mouth. Get the fuck out! This one's for Mark. A couple of positive elements. He was not a guy who had he didn't have kids. He didn't have, you know what I mean? He didn't have a lot of family and everything like that. Just for the record, he did sign a basic release, which essentially is a waiver in terms of if something should happen. An impressionist is a stunt man in a way, and there is some news coming in, and Mark Proch, apparently the paramedics had thought that he was gone, or somebody told the paramedics that he was gone, but they do have him breathing right now. He is on a breathing machine, or he's in some kind of, he's not the morgue. This is a lesson to be learned that we all have a short time on this planet, and if we spend it worrying about who wins an Oscar, you might as well put a gun in your mouth. Welcome to a brand new season sponsored by Rio Genesis. This is not only a new season, it is a fresh start. I love the imagery of the X. A lot of ways the X stands for me. It stands for exonerated, which I was, from the crimes that the state tried to throw at me. In other ways, it's sort of Xing out the person I used to be. I'm not somebody that likes to admit when he's wrong. And I can say to you now that I've made mistakes. I've been very abusive towards certain people in my life. I'm not going to say who. I've used myself with drugs, and I have addiction problems. I've made many mistakes, and so have you, and so have you. I apologize. And that's a new thing too. I apologize. Rio Genesis, as a lot of you guys might know, is the #1 all-natural organic germ deterrent. It eliminates germs entirely from your system. I went to my doctor, his jaw dropped because he said, you are virtually germ-free. One of the best on-cinema Oscar specials I think we've ever done. We did end on a little bit of a sour note. Our friend Mark Prutsch was involved in a small accident on set. I haven't spoken with him, but hopefully you have an update on him.
Well, he's not speaking now, but his heart is pounding away, so that's a good sign.
That's
he's
terrific
breathing.
news. Good for that. Good for him. I just want to thank Rio Genesis for being a partner on the show. I've been using it now for several weeks. It's made a huge difference in my life. What works for me is the germ assassin. Not only getting rid of germs, but getting rid of the possibility of getting a cold or the flu or stomach issues, diarrhea, and long-term things. You know, we're talking about preventing diabetes, we're preventing cancer. We've gotten some people asking what's happening with the Delgado Fund. The point of that was to bring arts education to the community. It's sort of the opposite of what we wanted to happen is happening, which is now the Delgado family, they've turned the tables on me and now are coming at me with a civil suit. And basically they're seizing as much as they can, taking control of brands like Dakar and even Decker and DKR and a number of other intellectual properties. Even on cinema, they want to get their hands on. It looks like I'm even doing Chapter 11 bankruptcy because just to protect what I have, they're taking their son's death and using it to try to capitalize and monetize that and try to come after me. Olivia Kook. And also with us is a new expert that I'm bringing to the show, a technology expert, Max Ukomko, coming to us from Best Buy. The reason I have Max here, last week we delved into the Ready Player One, and it turned me on to this world of VR that I really didn't know much about, because I thought this is the future, and I love being a little bit ahead of the curve. That hat, any of those goddamn promotional hats end up on this set again, you're off the show. This is the future, you think, of entertainment?
I think so, yes.
I recognize that from Decker, which I've lost the rights to. The Delgados have clamped down and now they're saying that they own all the Decker intellectual property. Max has agreed to set us up with our own VR rig here. I am your host, Tim Heidecker, coming to you for the first time in the history of On Cinema in virtual reality and VR. Max is now our crew of one. We used to have 15, 20 people working here. And they've all got the pink slip because we are going into the future. It's automated.
You got a cold or something?
I think it's allergies.
Maybe you're allergic to that Rio Genesis.
Rio Genesis not only keeping me alive from a germ standpoint, but from a financial standpoint. The Delgados have been basically moving in and surrounding me. They've taken DKR from me. They've taken, excuse me. They've taken Dakar, they've taken Decker. They're trying to make moves apparently on some of the On Cinema itself. Take the hat off. Take the beret off. Fuck you. I just got crazy pollen or allergies or something is just like knocking me out. It's not a cold.
Glad I didn't take any of that stuff.
No, it's not from the stuff. And by the way, we've cut ties with Rio Genesis. The Delgados and their lawyer pulling on me is got to be the crime of the century. They've now come after my deal with Rio Genesis. Delgados are rotten and they're trying to ruin me. And my message to the Delgados is, fine, we're even. You've taken it all. I got nothing now. I don't have the ability to fund this show. And now you're telling me that I can't even review movies? We can't call it On Cinema at the Cinema? I was doing this well before I got involved with your son, and your son made the shitty mistake that he made that got him 6 feet under, directed by Ken Kreskinensky, J. Kren Chan Ras S. Kahar. Welcome to Tim Heidecker's movie review show. We can't use the branding of the show anymore, thanks to the Delgados. This VR is going to be going. You know, we had to send the units back because the Delgados were trying to grab those, and these are through a different plan. So we're gonna use these cameras today, and immediately Max and I are going to go back and send them back, get our money back there. So they can't get their hands on these. But I apologize, last week I wasn't feeling well. I went to the doctor, I got some antibiotics. I don't know what was going on. Don't bother with the Rio Genesis stuff. The message to Bruce and Catherine Delgado is, I'm done. I don't know we're going to finish out this season the best we can, and that'll be it.
My energy for this is gone. My financial, I'm absolutely tapped out. There's nothing left. You can't take anything. What am I gonna, like, start shopping resumes around? Can't afford to turn the lights on. I literally I don't know what I'm gonna eat tonight. They've frozen the accounts, the credit, I can't do a credit card, I can't get a debit card.
We'll be back next week.
Where's cinema headed? Let's find out. Because last week we were kind of standing at the precipice of the end. And I drove out onto the 6th Street Bridge and I pulled over, I got out of the car and I stepped up and I really was there at that place where I thought, this is it. I realized, I said, I got one card to play. I had some information that the Delgados, we're working on this case with none other than Mark Dwyer, who I briefly worked with on my defense. I called Mark. I said, Mark, I'm in big trouble. He says, I know. I said, Mark, I'm standing here at the 6th Street Bridge. I'm ready to jump. Now, what good does that do to you and the Delgados? The Delgados are sitting on a gold mine. They have Dakar. They have DKR. They have Decker. They have other properties. They've got On Cinema at the Cinema. They have OCX. And it's not generating a dime for them, especially if I'm down at the bottom of the LA River. I said, Mark, I'm giving you an hour to figure this out, or I'm jumping. Either you make a deal with the Delgados that lets me earn for them, and I can do what I do best, which is hosting this show the right way, or I jump. Call me back at 9 o'clock. 8:56, the phone rings, and it's Mark Dwyer. And he says, you must have an angel looking out for you. He says, they're gonna give you 30 days to do what you do, and they're gonna be watching. I said, you saved my life, Mark. I'm gonna make the best show possible. And we are going to talk about movies, and we're gonna give expert advice. Get rid of it. Come on, we're not doing hats on the show, okay? Now, will you guys, who have been with me through everything, step up to the plate and do what you do best? All right, let's review movies. The Avengers, starring Zoe Saldana, Josh Brolin. I love the Marvel movies with the superheroes, Superman, and I love this movie. I think it's one of the best movies of the summer. Will be one of the best movies of the year. And we are so excited to watch The Avengers. So, did you have any thoughts on the Infinity War?
Well, I haven't seen it yet.
Okay.
Okay.
Joe, do you like these kind of movies in general, the superhero movies?
Well, you know, I'm a little late to the table on that. You know, I think the audience today plot line doesn't count as much as the wrecked cars, but you know.
Interesting. So you don't like the Fast and the Furious series, I bet.
Well, you know, I tell you, in spite of myself, I kind of do.
All right.
You know.
Well, there's good acting in that too.
Yeah,
but
good stuff. Thank you for that. Interesting. Yes. We'll be back next week, and thanks so much for being here, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tim.
Yeah,
Thanks for inviting me.
Interesting stuff. Thanks for coming on the show.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll be back.
I thought that was good. A lot of news happening with the show. Last week was a big success. We were back, and
ratings are up.
We proved that this show was sort of essential to the public. And you can take over if you want to explain what's going on.
I got a call after the last episode from Mark Dwyer, your old attorney. Well, he put me on speakerphone with Bruce Delgado, and the two of them said that the Delgados want this show to continue. They see it as a possible revenue earnings stream for them. They've set up a company called Delgado Media Holdings, DMH. They needed somebody to kind of supervise and produce the show and make sure that the quality is still
Which
there.
Which is something that I've been doing, by the way, with the show for
right. But they have some
10 years
some
now,
issues with you. The offer that they made to me is very generous as far as you're concerned, which is that they're going to let you keep doing the show with me. They're going to give me a little bit more control in terms of how many movies get reviewed, how many popcorn classics, that sort of thing. It's win-win for everybody.
Sure.
And
win-win for everybody. Okay. Well, so that's the news. Greg's in charge. What are you, the managing director of Delgado Media Holding Company?
That's right.
Congratulations.
But we're still co-hosts like we always have been.
You done? Can I do my job now?
Yeah.
Life of the Party, starring Jill Gilligan Jacobs. Thanks again for watching, and we'll be back
Let's do the popcorn classics.
Well, I'll go first. This is Popcorn Classic Mystery Men, PG-13. So it had a little bit of a little bit of cursing in it. It was kind of cool.
What's the running time?
105, looks like 105 minutes.
An hour 45, so it's a good length movie.
All right, I'm worried that this isn't, this isn't working. Lights, camera, action. Welcome to another episode of On Cinema at the Cinema. I'm your host, Tim Heidecker, and I'm joined by film guru, film buff, movie expert, Greg Turkington. Greg?
Hey guys, good to be here on my show.
And Greg, what do we have to look forward to in the cinemas this week?
Well, there are a couple movies that have come out this week that I think you should know about. One of them is Deadpool 2.
And how about any popcorn classics? Any popcorn classics you can recommend?
I've got 4 of them here actually today.
Okay.
Next of kin. Yeah. Just put it on the shelf. And we also have 36 Hours to Die with Treat Williams. It's definitely something to see.
Thanks, Greg. And now a segment from the Marchives. Let's take a look.
Hello, I'm Mark Proksch, 5'11". I'm with Future Hot Shots Talent Agency.
Tune in next week for more expertise from our film guru, Greg Turkington. Bye-bye, folks.
Thanks, Tim. Great job.
I'm your announcer, Tim Heidecker, and with me, as always, is the film guru himself, the expert of all things cinema, Mr. Greg Turkington.
Hey, guys. Thanks, Tim.
What's the first movie in store? What's the first movie in store?
Many, many, many popcorn classics, which is something people have always wanted. 93 minutes. We had one last week that was 93 minutes. That's
an hour and a half.
Hour and a half, well, plus 3 minutes.
Okay. Anything else?
No, I guess that's all you need to know on this one. Running time is 95 minutes. That's just like the last one, but 2 minutes longer. So that would be a good double feature for you. It's sort of impromptu double feature. If you've got 3 hours and 8 minutes, watch those 2 movies together. And then we've got, Tim?
Yeah, sorry.
91 minutes. Again, it's always close to 90 minutes with these.
All right. I can't, I'm sorry.
Chris
I can't,
Christopherson.
I'm sorry, I can't do it. I'm sorry. This is it. I'm done. This is not who I am, okay? Okay, I'm a fighter, and I'm laying down like a dog. A couple weeks ago, I was standing on the 6th Street Bridge. If I fucking jumped, I'm in hell. Fuck this! All right. No, we're done! Okay, and here's the message. Here's the message for Delgados, okay? I'm done! You hear me? Your son is in hell, Delgado. That was his choice. It was all their choice. I had nothing to fucking do with it. I'm clean. My conscience is clean. I'm germ-free. This was my show, and they stole it. And Delgado, you motherfucker, you stole it from me, you piece of shit. And Dwyer, you cunt, I'm gonna come for you too, you piece of shit. And I'm coming for you, Rossetti, wherever the fuck you are. I'm coming for you. I'm running for district attorney of San Bernardino County. I already proved myself that I am the best lawyer there's ever. I won that case fair and square. And I'm not gonna sit here and be a host for that piece of shit here with his dumb bullshit movies. Shut down the fucking Victorville Film Archive. Fuck him. Where is he? Where the fuck is he? Listen, I have every right to be angry. A lot of people get angry, and that's passion. And passion is what this county needs. I want to be your DA, and I hope I have your vote. Fuck this piece of shit. I'm Tim Heidecker, and I approve this message.
Join our movement today and elect Tim Heidecker for district attorney.
Good evening. My name is Bruce Delgado.
Your host, Rafael Torres.
The new On Cinema Oscar special.
May I introduce to you the living Oscar.
Listen, everybody in the street right now knows exactly that they're committing a federal offense at this moment because this is a signed order by a judge that states because of legal copyright associated with me that I have the legal right to be here. Michael is here. I have pepper spray. This is.
Oh, no, hey, come on, Tim!
We had an accident with the pepper spray. It was supposed to be a warning shot. Apparently, it was not. It was a live round. I was given no other choice by the Delgados than to take this by force. We are back the way things should be. I've come in contact with classified secret information that is essential to the world audience watching right now. After I provide this message, I will consider vacating the building. but I may stay as host. This is a project I've been working on called 0 Hour. This is a special report from Our Values News. Tonight, a storm is coming to Hollywood. President Donald J. Trump, in direct coordination with Queen Elizabeth, has already administered the go codes for Operation 0 Hour. At exactly 7:10 Pacific time, the mass arrest will begin. Famous men like George Clooney, Brad Pitt, and others will be sent away in handcuffs. Any person resisting arrest will be killed immediately. The Queen, which is why I got the Crown Royal in her honor, she's leading this along with Donald Trump. So let's drink to them. And Queen, this is a major raid on the Hollywood elite. People are saying, are you wearing a bulletproof vest? It's not a bulletproof vest. These are magnets, ladies and gentlemen. This is lines of magnets that are actually absorbing negative energy out of on a cellular level, on a DNA level. I heard talk to a PA who says somebody's called the cops because I'm not supposed to be here. They have a restraining order on me. Doing a segment on Quick Bites because I didn't realize, I never had Mountain Dew like this, small like this can. I haven't had.
Okay.
So my point is, I haven't had Mountain Dew on this side.
Okay. Hot chili all over the place.
Consider you a friend
I
anymore.
promised
How about
Joe that this kind of thing wouldn't happen. So actually,
I don't consider you a fucking friend anymore.
Tim, I hope that tomorrow morning
This is why he didn't want to
you feel
work
differently.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Here
they come. Can you see anything happening in the background, Mike? There should be somebody coming right now.
All right, stand by.
Truly appreciate.
You got to collect yourself and figure out what's happening with your intelligence. You said it was 100% at 7:10. Mike, the traitor, has led me down the wrong path. The more information I get on him, the more information I get on the situation, is that 0 Hour was not going to happen tonight.
Welcome to the VFA. Finally,
Yeah. I mean,
it's the first time you visited
well,
the VFA except to drop a match on an earlier version of it.
I want to promote Whaleman 2020. I'm very certainly going to be arraigned or arrested tonight for what I'm told was an illegal discharge of a weapon. But I do need my brothers in arms, Manuel and Axiom, because Mike's split. We need the boys in town because we need actual music tonight. Turn off the turntable here.
Who are you?
Why do you turn this thing off?
Didn't you know? They can
Can't
only
see the
kill
thing.
me with a golden bullet.
Whoa, whoa.
They call
Get him up,
me
get him up. Don't call 911, I can't have. Our good friend Mark Prutch is alive and well. And I think it was like an animal instinct or something, but I was over there trying to, because you were getting wrapped up in your cables. So luckily I snapped into that mode of sort of save the day, Superman kind of shit, where I just took my body. I mean, I didn't even, I'll be frank with you, I didn't plan to do it. I just knew that my body knew that was what I
Olivia
needed to
Colman won for the favorite. Okay. This was queued up. Wait.
Maybe it's some magnets on his shirt there.
What do you mean?
The magnets on in his shirt, is that causing a problem?
What do you mean?
Well, the magnets that Tim is wearing, maybe that's causing some electrical.
But he's.
I don't think that would have anything to do with it.
Did you have the tape?
What? Well, no, I mean, I looked at it, but yeah, I don't.
Well, you were in the VFA on that tour, so it's a stupid magnet vest, so.
That's not, the magnets aren't going to erase.
Yeah, they are.
Thank you, Joe. Oh, thank you. I'm just happy.
This is a big announcement, folks. We are announcing.
These tapes are all blank.
That Dakar is reforming. I'm looking at everybody. Thank you, everybody, for watching tonight. Sorry about your tapes, baby. I didn't know these fucking magnets would be a problem. I'm just Papa. Anyway, though.
Is the individual still in the building?
We're gonna go. Thank you very much.
Right here? Right there. Sir, I'd like to talk to you for a minute. Sir, please stop where you're going. Wait, we have a word to talk to you.
Hi, everybody. Shut up. Shut up. My business team and I, we analyzed the company from outside. And I saw a company, the Delgado company, that was, I felt that they were ready to get rid of this property because of the inaction that this guy took. This is it. This is the big deal we made. This is the deal, the transfer of On Cinema back to its rightful owner, myself. There's so much here. that I haven't even gotten into some of the weeds of this. I want to thank a great company that I got involved with to make this happen, MoneyZap.com. You know, I was really struggling trying to find a way to raise the capital to purchase back what was mine. And I discovered sort of just late night kind of Googling, you know, I just sort of searched fast cash now on Google, and that's how it became one of the first things that came up. Within minutes, I got $25,000 with zero interest. The next movie is called Judy, starring Renee Zellweger, Zellweger. I do want to take a second now and let everybody know that the documentary featuring me, starring me,
About the VFA.
is about, no, not about the VFA, is about my run for district attorney. Mr. America is coming to theaters in October. I haven't had a chance to see it yet, but everyone's raving about it already. There's one guy that got me where I am right now, and that is the Creator, Jesus Christ, who's given me the power and the grace and the glory to proceed and do this the right way, which is how I got connected with MoneyZap.com in the first place, through prayer. But now,
And
if you
classic
talk, I'll break your finger. Let's take this moment together and enjoy a moment of silent prayer. Hi everybody, my name is Tim Heidecker. I'm the president and CEO of On Cinema and Dakar. I want to talk to you about a company called MoneyZap. Every small business owner knows that having access to capital is vital to keeping your business in operation. I want to thank myself basically for putting out the MoneyZap.com commercial. I did the commercial for MoneyZap.com. It's not a commercial. You call it a commercial again, I'm going to bust you in the lip.
By taking on the Delgado Holdings Corporation, you also took on quite a bit of debt that they had as well. So
First of
enjoy
all,
that.
You might know a little bit about movies, but you know nothing about business. I want to welcome back somebody who's gone through a lot, and we're happy to report that he's back on his feet. Former employee of ours who's had some very difficult and challenging medical problems recently. Mr. Mark Porch. I did want to let you know that I've been studying and following your case, your medical issues. Do you have any records of the Medicaid billings that or checks that were sent to you throughout the time that you were incapacitated? I'm the CEO of a big company, On Cinema, and I have a lot of power. I have a lot of influence. The good news is I've been talking with John Stoughton. This guy is the leading expert on Medicaid fraud. And I've told him about your case, and he's eager to look into it. At some point soon, I want to start a dialogue between the three of us and get to the truth and get this stuff exposed. Because there's a lot of people that took advantage of you.
No.
And there's been a lot of fraud. Let's end tonight with a moment of prayer. All right. I've decided to begin shows with the silent prayer as well as end them.
You sort of sprung on me, putting Mark on the show with these accusations and things that you're making about his
I didn't use your name once
completely off
yesterday.
base. I'd just like to say I
Or last
welcome.
week.
I don't know how you think he was fed and cared for.
Shut the fuck up! I have big breaking business news to report, folks. On Cinema Properties, we are now restructuring the company in a major way. I have now created a board of directors. I want to send a shame on you out to Josh Lorton, who has not returned my calls, the director of Mr. America. He was supposed to be my special guest today, so we had to bump him. I want to announce the On Cinema board of directors. They're going to help me focus the company to become profitable and really set our course for the next 5-10 years down the road. My chief financial officer, Joe Estevez, Axiom and Manuel will be on the board of directors. And to round out the board, my close friend and security advisor, Michael Matthews. And so this is a strong board. So tonight is the big premiere of Mr. America. We're going to go see it tonight separately. I cannot wait to see this movie and revel in its glory.
It's tough. We need, something like 500 signatures by next week. Tony's cracking the whip on that, because if we're not on the ballot, then we're in real trouble.
My campaign chairman, Toni Newman, is very active in the campaign. This is our campaign headquarters.
I have to say that in all my time on the bench, I've never had a case like that. From the volume of hate mail I received from people who were irate about that verdict, my perception is that in large sections of San Bernardino County, Mr. Heidecker is persona non grata. He is perceived as a charlatan, as a murderer who got away with it by manipulating the system. Yes, one juror held out, but as far as the election goes, I take great comfort from the fact that 11 out of 12 were convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that he was guilty of at least second-degree felony murder.
Toni Newman, my campaign chairman. I mean, I'm getting the signatures at a rate that concerns me.
Well, we can't get on the ballot if we don't have enough signatures.
I understand.
So we need to find a way. What kind of wine do you have? Red wine. I was on the jury, and thanks to me, I got him off. Bye, Tim.
Thank you so much.
Bye. See you a little later.
Okay, see you later. Call Greg Turkington. It's Tim Heidecker. I just got word that a filmmaker that's been following me around, Josh, you contacted him and you've been speaking with him? Stay the fuck out of my movie. One of the 3 hats are one for me, you, and the volunteer we don't have.
Tim, there's wine in the other room. Why don't you have a glass?
I might have a glass. This is where I'm at with the petition for the ballot. I know it's not what you want to see.
Oh my God, Tim.
Yeah, I mean,
this is not going to cut it. This is not going to get us on the ballot. You
I
realize
understand.
that?
I know, we're hundreds away.
Hundreds and
Yeah.
hundreds
I know.
away. I think we need to sit and strategize about this right now.
Okay.
Do you think it'd be possible that we could have a little privacy? Just a little alone time?
Josh, I think probably a good idea to maybe take a 5-minute break.
If you don't mind, just so we can have a few moments to kind of
Getting into
reset.
some sensitive territory here, I think. Thanks, guys.
We really
And
appreciate
we have
it.
if you want to get something down at the snack bar or anything, you just put it on the room.
They're going to check the address.
They're not going to check the address. That's my point. But this is all just a formality. So let's just get into it.
All right.
John, it doesn't matter. John Grover.
Trevor Smith.
Peter.
That's really close, so you're going to need to mix it up a little bit.
Yeah, I'll change. We'll only change pins.
Yeah,
Kinda
that's a good
randomly.
idea. Oh my God, this is going to take us all night. You better grab another beer. Another bottle of wine for me, too.
Where's the wine?
4:20 in the morning.
You're probably up partying. Manuel has, because of what happened with him at the trial, he's essentially back in Italy. If they're printed already, is there not a way to hold the election? I don't know, delay the election until we can fix the mistake? If I'm not on the ballot, how am I supposed to compete?
Tim.
Okay, we're not on the ballot. We are a write-in candidacy. It's an insurgency candidacy. Well, I need a little bit of space right now. So why don't you give me that?
Of course.
And just a quick update on some local races. In San Bernardino County, it looks like incumbent Vincent Rossetti was able to narrowly defeat newcomer Carlos Sandoval 52 to 48%. Oscar Felix.
That's it.
Reporter J.J. Shabesta is standing by.
The winner. I swear. Siri, call Rosette. Hey Siri. Call Rossetti. Call. I need to, can you connect me to the DA office in San Bernardino office? Hello, Vincent, it's Tim Heidecker, calling to concede to you for winning the election. Wish you luck, and it was a good, hard race. You won. I know that you were behind many of the tricks that you screwed me with, shutting down the press. You suck. And you had the easiest case ever in the history of courts against me, and you had the smoking gun, and you couldn't even close that. So just you got to sleep with that shit. I fought fair. I fought honestly, and I should probably give Rossetti a concession call. I guess that's the right thing to do. Which should have done that last night. This is for the Electric Sun 19, who accidentally overdosed on medicine that was tainted by the Chinese government. Sort of a dark day here. I went to go see this so-called Mr. America with Toni, who you got to know a little bit in the movie. Deeply disappointed. It was a real hit job, and Josh Lorton is up on that high list of rats. I talk about rats. We talk about D.A. Rossetti and others. I'm asking Josh Lorton, should he be watching me? If I ever see you in the flesh, it's going to be big problems. We are looking at a lot of options. I have the board convening tonight. So stay away from Mr. America. The reason I asked you to be here, we're going to introduce a brand new segment on cinema on defense. Hopefully it's something we can do every week. We're going to feature a firearm. And you know, folks, people ask me, like, how do you square this with some of the Christian religious stuff here? We can easily find many references. I was looking at Luke. We all love Luke, one of the great gospel writers. And it just says simply Luke 11:21. We all know this one. When a strong man armed keeps his homeland, his property is at peace. So let's take a look at our featured gun of the week. And this is...
That's a Glock.
I want you to look into Lorton. With me right now, I actually have the deal with the Delgados, which I'm, you know, the more and more I kind of get into the weeds of it, turning a little more into the deal with the devil, which is ironic because Delgado in Spanish is devil. I bring it up today because my board met last night and we discussed the sub-agreement I have with Greg here, which stipulates a VFA specific episode. So today we're going to be turning things over to Greg.
You said 5 minutes.
Huh? Turn it off! All right? We don't need any of this shit anymore. Get out of here. All right. I'm glad I didn't have this ready when they were out here because I might have used it. But this is our On Cinema gun of the week. And this is a beauty here. This is the 357 Magnum. You know, the past several weeks, we've discussed On Cinema Incorporated, the company, with my great board of directors to reorganize and refocus and plan the future. One of the big changes we're making is our friend Joe Estevez is no longer the chief financial officer. It was not really a great position for him. It wasn't really playing into his strong suit. And I thank him for all the hard work he put into it, but in a lot of ways he took the company backwards. The good news is we have brought in Toni Newman, who will be our new CFO. And what Tony's brought is really revolutionary thinking about the future of the company. And one of the big moves that we're making is we are restructuring the company entirely. And we are now announcing and launching a new company. And that is going to be an umbrella company representing several interests.
High Inc. is a multi-platform corporation that serves as a holding company for the portfolio of intellectual properties and brands under the Heidecker Properties concept.
I'm just going to announce that I'm going into my prayer now during this segment. I have no interest in watching it. So we'll just get into that. I want to start today with a reading from Psalms 144. Blessed be the Lord, my rock, who trains my hands for war. Major news now to report regarding the continuing restructuring that goes on within High. One of the sectors we're looking at has been Dakar and DKR, in fact. The one big sort of shift we're going to make is in the personnel department. I feel like I have a way to take Dakar into the future. I want to introduce the newest member of Dakar. I call him LaRue, Michael Matthews. You guys have met, or I think what Michael is bringing is an urban quality to the group. LaRue and I got together and just figured out a whole new sound.
Our flesh is like an empty cup, waiting for the people to rise on up.
Let me get just sort of first reaction.
I don't know. I mean, adding somebody might kind of unbalance the whole thing.
Not the reaction I was expecting. I'm your host, the CEO of High. I'm joined by the acting CFO of High, Toni Newman. Toni, I wanted to check in with you. I think a lot of people out there are curious about the state of the company. How's my concept of growth looking, and where are we at?
Well, Tim, I do need to be honest with you. You are correct. Joe Estevez was not on top of the finances of this company. I don't have really positive news at this point. You purchased this from the Delgados, correct, and unfortunately, they had a lot of debt when you bought their company. And now that debt has been transferred over to you. Once you buy a company, all the debt is transferred to the new owner.
Not in California.
Well, apparently it is. Tim, do you know a man named Rafael Torres?
Yes, he was my usurper in the On Cinema Oscar special. We call him Daffy Raffy.
Daffy
Almost
Raffy.
like Daffy Duck.
Rafael Torres had started a lawsuit against the Delgados. But once you bought the company, everything has been transferred to you. Ownership, the debt, and being sued.
I can't believe I'm hearing Daffy Laffy, or whatever. This is the first time I'm hearing his name in almost a year.
He is claiming that you injured his eye when you sprayed him. Okay. He's lost a little bit of some of his eyesight.
You know,
so we're going to have to deal with that right now.
Now that I'm going through the documents, you see, yes, there are things here that do mention the Rafael Torres lawsuit.
So we have another problem. This is another really bad error. You ever heard of a company named Money Zap?
Money Zap provided the initial capital, the liquid funds, so I could get the company back. And the beautiful thing about it was that it's a 0% interest rate when we agreed to it.
We need to talk about that interest rate. I looked through the documents. Apparently you did this online without anyone reviewing it or having an attorney present.
Well, I'm an attorney, so.
Well, did you read the paperwork?
Well, there's all online, so it was one of those read and accept, scroll down, it goes pop down to the bottom, accept.
Yes, but Tim, you had 30 days free interest. You did in fact have that, but
and some, however long it takes to pay for the loan. That's
unfortunately there is a time limit. It was 30 days.
Okay.
After the 30 days, you started to accrue interest, and it's very, very, very high.
Okay.
300%.
On $25,000.
Right now, you are in massive debt.
Okay.
So you've got three issues here. You bought a company that was in debt, that was being sued. You took on the debt, you took on the suit. So now you're in debt, you're being sued.
Well, the company, not me.
Which puts us in crisis. We're going to lose a company.
Well,
and now you're going to owe this guy so much money in interest. So we have to come up with a plan. Do you have any suggestions on that?
Welcome to the On Cinema Debt Forgiveness Special. This is an emergency board meeting I've called. You guys have all been briefed from Toni about the state of the company right now, and we need to start really getting creative about what we're going to do, because as you explained last week, we are in very, very serious debt and very serious trouble. If you have an idea, say it. Manuel, I'm kicking to you.
Yeah, we gotta find solution to figure out how to get out of that, make some money.
Okay, it's kind of another question from Money Zap. It's a direct question for them is, you can forgive the debt, the original debt, or give me the opportunity to get another debt. That loosens us up so that we can continue to push through this. Rafael Torres and also Josh Lorton, two people that I think have created a big mess for us. LaRue has done a terrific job and has gotten Rafael Torres's home address. The message should be clear to Rafael that could easily go away. I could either put it out or not. Josh's address is 2490 Princeton Circle. Toni and I were kind of taking the red pen to the company and where we can scale back and refocus. The big flashing red light right now is Dakar. Dakar, DKR, is temporarily and I think probably permanently shelved. We are disbanded. This is the end of Dakar. Let us pray that the Lord on high looks over us and shields us from all the vipers and all the rats that come at us on an almost seemingly hourly basis. We have the scumbags at Money Zap who are not returning calls, and we have the rat Daffy Raffy, who hopefully has received the shot across the bow that we've taken today. Is bold action by the board, the doxing of Josh Lorton. I've obviously sustained an injury at an incident with one of my firearms, or the sort of positive thing that happened to me on Saturday night. Toni and I got married. We were, mixing business and pleasure is always a dangerous game, but, we're both adults. When we were faced with the reality of the situation, where we were at as a company, there's certain sort of advantages to the union being more official. I didn't feel like you needed me to get down on my knees and propose and all that stuff and have that kind of classic wedding, but there were, real realities that made it really a smart move, I think, for the company and for us. I want to just give a little warning, a little advice about gun safety. Earlier that last week, we made the decision to get married.
Sharing my house.
But we had a really nice Saturday. Went down to the courthouse, got married. The next day, I was moving my stuff in, and I was in the basement. and I had my cachet of weapons and everything that
You
I've been
know how I
collecting. And she does
feel
not like that.
about
She does
weapons
not like
in
that
my
in the
home.
house. So what happened was I brought this with me. This isn't even my gun. This is something I was borrowing
Oh,
from.
Tim,
Sorry.
be
This is something I
careful
was
with the
borrowing
gun.
from Michael, who lets me play around with these. Well,
Don't-
do what I
don't.
no. I'm not doing what I.
Tim, it might be loaded. Would
It's
you-
not loaded.
Well,
What I
wait.
was doing was
Oh my
cleaning it.
God.
You almost have to look at it from down the barrel to be able to get in there with the steel wool and the pipe cleaner. Something happened where my finger got down, gun went off, grazed my neck. You know, and the
And it could have killed you, Tom.
well, it did cut me badly. You know, I had a bad cut. I fell back, banged my head, a slight concussion. Never clean your gun until you've done a good safety check. If you have to do it, okay.
Oh
so there's
my
a.
God, Tim,
see?
you said you de-shelled it.
Let's end with
Yes.
a prayer. Holy Father, Lord God, thank you so much for saving my life. We were discussing a few weeks ago about the vision of the Oscar special. I had just gone through this really beautiful emotional experience with my wife, Toni Newman. So we are celebrating the institution, the sacrament of marriage tonight. My wife, Mrs. Toni Newman. We have not decided to change her name to Tim Heidecker. Yes, thank you. I have a little bit of a surprise for you. The one regret I have is the way that things happen so quickly because of the situation with High and the Delgados and everything. We had to make some very quick decisions. Bad news is, no, it's okay. I went down to the courthouse and I filed papers. This is an annulment of our marriage.
What?
And here's what the good news. I didn't feel that it was appropriate the way we got married. We rushed things. We went down to City Hall, and it was not a spiritual wedding. It was not a Christian wedding. What we're going to do is we're going to have a real wedding with all the bells and whistles right here, right now. After we sign this, we have to do this first, because otherwise it doesn't make any sense. Will you marry me?
Yes.
All right. What?
I'm watching the Oscars.
I can't hear you.
which-
Your motor is revving. My stepson, Matt Newman. We're going to do a father-son movie review segment. What's your vibe on movies now? What's your vibe on are the movies that you're into the same movies that they award fucking Academy Awards at the Oscars and that bullshit?
Sure. They're all right.
Are we going to play music again in the future? Absolutely. We just have to figure it out. We got to get past where we're at right now. Don't do that.
The Joker strikes again.
You do that again, I'm going to come over there and physically assault you with this champagne bomb. I'm going to break it over your stupid Joker face. Will you be my best man?
My answer can only be of course.
We should have a drink. I want to ask you to reach out to Axe. He would have been my first choice for best man. You know that. I reached out to him. He did not. He is not. He's kind of cut me off. And I want him to be a groomsman or an usher. Axe, it's Tim. Don't hang up. Don't hang up, baby. I need you to be here, okay? Tell you what, I'll cancel the fucking wedding if you don't show up. How about that? How about that on your fucking conscience? So just come down and help me out, all right, man? I'll fucking give you 20 bucks, whatever. A little tip. You get good champagne. This stuff sucks, and it's going right to my head. I got a killer headache. This woman has been responsible for my spiritual growth. I met her through Toni Newman. Pastor Susan Lewis is going to see you. Good to see you.
Blessed day to see you too.
And I want to forgive you. It's taken me a long time. I don't know if I'm there yet. And I'm glad you're here to be one of my honored guests at the wedding. We lost Tom Cruise Jr. at a very young age.
Oh, cool.
But
then,
thanks to sort of the magic of movies, we can imagine him with us today.
Hey Dad, it's me, your son, Tom Cruise Jr.
Vows that I've written for us.
Are these my vows?
Yeah, that's yours, and this is mine. I'll go first.
You didn't buy me a new ring?
No, we'll just use these for now. We'll get rings later.
I now pronounce you man and wife.
I have decided to change my name. I am Mr. Newman.
So we'll have to do a new prenup.
Hold on a minute.
It's no cute.
I can't hear you, dude. Greg, shut up! Hey! Maluru has Greg. LaRue has Mark. Get him out.
I've
Get
never
him
seen
out.
anybody quite
Get him
so
the
beige.
fuck out! You walk.
You're certainly very beige.
I don't want this car at my wedding. My head is like jackhammers going on right now.
Yeah, me too.
And
Maybe you don't
the
too
good
much
news is-
champagne or
The good news
something.
is
Can I have some more alcohol, Tim?
I've had a little champagne. But the good news is Bong Boon Hang Bang Parasite.
Oh, Timmy. Oh, my God. We have too much champagne, maybe.
Where's Maru?
Right here. Right here.
Come in. We have found Mark.
My name's Steve.
Okay. What the fuck? All right, get him out of here, LaRouche. Send him out. I don't want to see that guy.
Come on.
Come on, bro. Stand up, Tim. Get up. Wake up.
I'm up.
Turn the car off. Carbon monoxide. Break it. Don't worry about his fucking head. Hold on. Greg, we're gonna break this window. Wake up. Wake up. Turn off the car. You left the fucking car on, asshole. We got dead fucking bodies. Let's go. Cut the show. Hi, it's Tim Heidecker, the president and CEO of the High Network. I got the Oscar fever. Who's gonna win? Who's gonna lose? How about that Dakar reunion tonight? How about that?
Do we have the Wendy Kirby segment where she's going to sing for us?
Wendy Kirby's here. I saw Wendy Kirby on TikTok. Turns out that she's from our church. She goes to our church.
Yeah.
I want to thank our big sponsor tonight, RJ's Shake Station. What I love about it is it's nutritious and it's responsible because we now are working with Rheogenesis to provide this Vax blocking powder. While some guys have been busy learning how to bake bread, find the perfect mask, or hide under the covers from the so-called coronavirus, I have been building this website, the High Network, the first and only premier video streaming service to cover not just movies, but cars, video games, Christianity, crafts, music, fatherhood, personal responsibility, and so much more. But these movies, boy, I'd rather have the coronavirus vaccine injected into my eyes than to see one of these movies. Where are the movie stars? Where's Tom? And Tom, where did they all go? Well, after a deep investigation conducted by me alone, I have determined that 90% of all movie stars are either dead or in hiding after the successful launch of Zero Hour. Because Zero Hour was so perfectly executed, it was done without us even understanding that it even had happened. The one and the only Mr. Movies himself, Axiom. Shut up for a second.
Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
Yeah. What are you talking about? I'm talking about this year's movies.
These are the Oscars 2020, right?
2021. Walk.
Are you sure?
Walk.
Man up, you know, you got Craig here that knows everything there is to know about movies, and you're bringing Axiom on and interviewing him. You don't know the first thing about movies. I'm asking the man up, Tim.
Believe me, I'm a man. Ask Tony. I'm not calling Greg because he put my crew and my friends and my wife, my pastor, in danger last year.
So you going to throw away 15, 20 years of friendship just because of
friends with him?
one
He's a scumbag rat. I'm going to call Greg, but I want everybody to understand something. If he comes into this space, he's going to be on a leash this short. Here I am, folks, at the RJ's Shake Station. Really awesome new eating concept that I'm excited to be a partner in. And what we did was rethought everything about Rheogenesis and got it back to its core values, which is protecting yourself from foreign invasion germs. And one of the greatest germs we see these days is these vaccines. Rheogenesis Vax blockers, just simple powder that you can put in anything, but I like them in these shakes here.
We use that in our hot and hard shakes that we
What
make.
the heck? What is a hot and hard? And then that's just, it's just soup then.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, essentially it's soup. Do me a hot and hard with
the Vax block.
some Vax block.
Delicious.
It's a liquid diet, and that's kind of great because it's great low calorie. Just a little bit of that peppermint schnapps. I don't see how you need all these props. What is that? What is that? What's on your desk? Get that out.
Called
You're
you
bringing a
about
fucking Minion doll on my set?
I didn't bring the Minion.
Get it out. We have a serious Minion hack a couple months ago. If you send me one more motherfucking Minion, I'm going to rip your head off. Your movies said it first that Mank is taking home Oscar gold.
Without a doubt.
If Mank loses, I will consider acquiring the VFA.
Well, it's not for sale.
If you lose this bet, it will be. That's what I'm suggesting. Who put that shit back? Who put him back? Huh? This fucking goes away. You hear me? We don't have that fucking thing in this stage. This guy can go fuck himself. Fuck you.
I went back to prep Pastor Lewis on our conversation. We were going to talk about her near-death experience last year and the book that we're writing together called 7 Minutes in Heaven, which is about her experience going over to the other side, seeing that light at the end of the tunnel that I've been speaking about so much. It's a light that I've seen because I also lost consciousness that night, and it turns out that Pastor Lewis and I had the exact same experience and actually met each other in heaven. Hey, Wendy Kirby, come on out.
Hi.
Hey, here she is.
Hi.
How are you? You're good. Happy Oscar night.
Welcome.
Thank you
so
so
excited
much.
you're here.
I'm like an empty bottle, dreamed of everything left in my mind.
Pat Newman, ladies and gentlemen. What's going on, my son? You and I have been shacked up together now for a year. Light is at the end of the tunnel. The pandemic is coming to an end. You're going to have to start thinking about how to transition, and we're going to be supportive of you. It's okay. I'll tell you this straight. Your mom and I are going to there'll be a new person around in about 9 months, if you understand what I'm saying. Very early, and it could go either way. I think you should be enjoying your adulthood and having a roommate, but you can't keep holding up in that room. Your mom found a piss jar. What I'm doing is I'm getting Matt to feel the pressure that he's got to get out. So we don't know what's going to happen with you. Hopefully you'll be on your period tomorrow and it'll be all over. We're going to demonstrate exactly what happens when you introduce carbon monoxide into an environment like that, and a rat scurrying as rats should. Turn the car on, LaRue. I can smell the... No, hold...
Don't inhale that.
I'm not inhaling it. This is pointed the wrong way. This is the car exhaust.
Don't kill the rat.
That didn't work. That was a bad idea. Bad news is something happened with the rat. It wasn't the carbon monoxide. It just went. We don't know.
What do you mean went?
It stopped moving, and we're not sure why. Lou had to dispose of the rat. Did I pay to be in the Fantastic Four?
No.
There you go.
We didn't pay you enough.
I think there's a bad connection here. I was paid to be in it. How do these stars, how do they get that youthful look on their face? Is there anything we could do as we age, our skin live longer?
I'm glad you asked me, Tim, because I have a brand new product.
Get it off! You can? It burns the shit out of my face.
Tim, what are you doing?
I'm trying to get it off because it's burning my fucking face off.
Oh, shit.
I'm self-medicating at this point now with this watermelon schnapps because of the incredible pain that I'm in. Don't laugh. Mank, lost.
I'm not sure about that.
What is the conclusion? Give it to me straight.
Bottom line, he's guilty.
The
That
city
is the
inspector
verdict.
said that it was an
Thank you.
industrial accident, essentially a job.
LaRue, the bank shit, VFA is going to become mine. I'll
No,
be
it isn't.
acquiring that. Secondly, listen, don't go anywhere. Where are you going? That's disrespectful to this set. It's disrespectful to the people around here. And I'm offering you a road back that I could provide you with a chance for forgiveness. And I want to forgive him, but he's got to admit his mistakes. I don't want him leaving this premises, okay? I need you to make sure that he does not leave. If he gets out, it's going to be on you, and you're responsible.
Nobody walks on me!
No, don't get in front of the fucking car.
Get out the car.
Get off the car. You're gonna drive, so get out of the way. I'm gonna fucking drive.
I don't know.
No.
What just happened?
Oh man, I hope not what it looked like.
What, he ran over LaRue?
Michael Matthews was injured in an accidental hit-and-run encounter. Greg Turkington, who fled the scene of the incident, has now agreed to cooperate, along with the wager that was placed during the 8th annual On Cinema Oscar special. Mr. Turkington has agreed to the acquisition of the VFA by High Inc.
This is Rock House.
Tim?
Manuel? Action! It's Tim.
I have great news. We've just got a new gig for Dakar. We're playing the Viper Room tomorrow night.
Who's at the door?
I have no idea.
Hi, I'm Wendy Kirby. I'm the new pop star that's going to be working with Dakar. Oh, Tim was going to book me in a 5-star hotel, but he couldn't find any rooms, so he said I could stay with you in Rock House.
We got a bit of a situation here. There is a pop singer here. Female living in a rock house, that's never been the rules.
That's Wendy Kirby. She's my newest discovery. I flew her out here so we could record a new song in the studio. But the 4-star hotel that I booked her in is totally booked, so I need her to stay at the Rock House. I need you to do this for me. I don't need to hear you arguing. Wendy Kirby stays at the Rock House. That's that.
It's our first episode here
on the High Network here at the High Screening Room. The High Network keeps growing and growing, and of course, one of the most exciting things about the High Network now are the high points. High points are basically a new form of currency. I like to think of them as sort of a new way of thinking about money. It's basically a replacement for the US dollar. If you sign up now, 50,000 free high points are delivered to you immediately. And I've been using it for all sorts of stuff.
And now
Shut
for
up.
James.
Big shout out to RJ's here. RJ's shake is keeping me going, is keeping me fueled. 1 scoop of the Rio Genesis Vax Blocker, which is actually reversing some of the effects of some earlier vaccines. This is all natural powders using lots of vitamins and minerals and macronutritional elements. So you can kind of replace all your meals with this now. I've basically been skipping breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Ladies and gentlemen, the birthday girl. Happy birthday to you. Open up the champagne.
Oh boy, can I have some of that? Oh!
Beautiful, romantic Italian dinner tonight. After that, the boys in the car are going to be throwing us a big party tonight, like a big one. We're going to get nuts tonight, okay? Last week, an incident occurred. The party started at the Rock House. That's why Manuel is here. He's a witness to this. You guys had whiskey and tequila and rum and everything. I gotta have a hand for everybody. Toni had been kind of hitting the sauce pretty much all day, as she has been lately. Something happened between my wife and Axiom. A line was crossed, I think, in our marriage and in my friendship with Axiom. She clearly had way too much alcohol and suffered alcohol poisoning and had to have her stomach pumped. Had to be in the hospital for a few nights. You done making excuses for Axiom? I want to know from you is where is he? Because what's happened now, since this went down, he's become a ghost. He's gone.
Yeah, we never do anything to hurt you. I mean, we cannot...
He already did.
I understand, but even...
He fucked my wife. We are in a crisis right now. I'm talking about not only with the High Network, essentially the co-president of the High Network. I don't know what's going to happen with that. I don't know how she's coming out of this. I hope it's going to be good news. Because of my love for her, I will find forgiveness. But I don't know about him, about Axiom thing. He's in a world of shit with me. Toni Newman is in a facility seeking treatment for her addiction to alcohol. I disagree with the treatment she's receiving right now. I think you could cure anything with the RJ's system, and we have blends that deal with addictions and everything like that. So she's chosen to reject that method. Her doctor's advised against it. I've lost 30 pounds.
Wow.
And basically there's no solid intake in my body for about a month. I've been existing wholly on the RJ's shake system. Because of what's going on with Toni, I've decided to make you emergency acting vice president of the High Network.
Broach the subject about these high points.
Is he trying to pay you in those too? Because he paid me in them, and I can't do anything with them.
Frankly,
Totally
we will
useless.
be. We do need to talk about setting a value
what they're
point
worth,
for the
and
high points.
They're not worth anything, which is the
problem. Yeah, they are going to be worth quite a bit. Axiom is officially out of Dakar. He's been terminated. We're going to reorganize the group. The future of the band's never been brighter. I'm excited to welcome the newest member to Dakar. By the way, we're rebranding Dakar, so we have a new name. It's D4.
Oh.
And so let's welcome Wendy Kirby, who's the newest member of Dakar. D4. There she is. How are you? Welcome to the group.
Thanks for having me. Hey,
And
Manuel.
actually, no. We're good. This is kind of what I wanted to talk about. Now sit down, you two. Because of what happened with my wife and Axiom, I know that you are living at the Rock House. That's cause for concern. We need to set some boundaries, some ground rules, and I'm directing this message to you because you're the man in this situation. I want you to understand that Wendy Kirby is totally off limits. Your relationship with her is strictly business. I do not want to hear about any hugging, kissing, touching, petting. I'm looking out for you. I'm very protective of you because in a lot of ways I discovered you and you are a star.
Thank you.
And you can't be sullied. Lord Jesus Christ, thank you so much for giving us Wendy Kirby and her voice and her talent and her pure white skin. But congratulations on your big winnings. Everyone's excited for you, the Big Pop Secret Award.
What I am going to do with it is make a movie, which is what I'm going to do with my winnings. See how much money I get from this. But
all right, well, I assume that will be under your agreement that we have with you to produce content for the High Network. Because of the kind of treatment she's getting, she's walled off. She is You know, they want no contact. I think what's exciting about the high points, though, is it is giving us the freedom to take the next step with high network. And I'm kind of putting the cart before the horse a bit. We have not established a value of a high point.
Yeah.
We understand that, and that's definitely on the to-do list. Okay. But thanks to high points, I've bought a just beautiful piece of land. I want to make this opportunity to announce that we broke ground officially on the High Ranch. Is a big new venture. We are going to be relocating. Right now we're in a temporary high network studio. This is not where things are going to remain. Yeah. There will be sound stages and backlots and everything else at the High Ranch.
You got buildings on it now, or?
I mean, right now you look at it, and it's 25 acres of just sand, you know, desert.
Is there any water, any sort of source for water?
Of course. You're going to be able to live, work, eat, sleep, play, you name it, within the confines of the High Ranch.
You're going to pay for this with high points?
The land's there. We've already dropped almost about 1 million high points into some foundational work.
How much is that in cash?
Well, we've been telling you this for the past week and a half.
Yeah.
I'm not establishing a value. As everybody knows, I've been subsisting entirely on RJ's shakes. It's been, for the most part, great, but it has been challenging because I've not been able to get the caloric intake that I need to survive. I've been doing sometimes 15 shakes a day, and we're at like half the amount of caloric intake I need. I've talked about this several times. I've experienced life after death. I've passed away and come back to life a couple years ago, at the hand of this guy here. I am blessed to be one of the few people that has a gateway to the beyond. Through meditation. This past week, something miraculous happened. I was in heaven, and I ran into an old friend. It was Dr. San.
Dr. San would be in hell.
Watch yourself. You know, I told him what was going on with my health and the calorie deficit that I was dealing with. What we came up with, we found this pretty neat solution to double my caloric intake. Pretty standard feeding tube. We kind of hacked it to make it work with the RJ's shake. The tube, which we've inserted into my stomach, I can add as much RJ's as I want.
Was that cold?
This is the hot shake. It's a really elegant solution. I think a lot of people are going to start doing this.
Wouldn't it just be easier to drink more?
Well, I can't just drink it. If I'm just drinking it, I'm only getting half the calories. Now I'm basically doubling up. Anyways, if you notice a little bulge here, that's what's going on. What'd you think of the harder they fall? Oh, that is a reminder. I've got to do 5 big sips. Recognize him? Mark? You can't slip into this town under the cover of night under our nose and think that we're not going to find out. How dare you come into this town and not kiss my ring? I'm now offering Mark 250,000 high points to come here and make a television show for the High Network. Quick shout out to my stepson, Matt Newman, who I've gotten to connect with Toni in rehab. A couple weeks ago, we had a really nice dinner. I had my shake in my bag here, and he had some frozen pizza, and we were just getting to connect. He took his gaming headset off for a little bit, and I kind of opened up to him about my past. We have a special guest here. It's Mark Porch. Mark Proch. I know you've been through a lot, and I am sorry if I had anything to do with any suffering that you've experienced. I think everyone can see I've fundamentally changed, and I've just want to do good, okay? And I saw that video of you in your Spider-Man getup, and it broke my heart. Before we begin the show today, I have a personal message for the staff at the Hemet Valley Rehabilitation Center. You have to let me speak to my wife. That's law. That's under the Constitution. There is a rule. It's in the HIPAA code in the state of California. I need to be able to communicate with her. I have very important financial and personal information that I need to receive from her and also transmit to her. I'm sorry about this. I now have to triple the amount of oral shake I'm doing because we have a major blockage now in the tube because of some of the thicker elements of the powder. is now blocking, and it caused an infection. And now a lot of the shake is not getting into where it needs to get. It's blocked up, and that's causing an infection now, not only in the stomach but now in the bladder. So that's why we have this colostomy bag here, or whatever it's called for urine, and which is also receiving some of the pus and fluids from the infection. So this, right after we wrap, I'm going to get this looked at.
Yeah, have you seen a doctor at any point?
Well, I've been communicating with one. I think your record
And
speaks
make
for
deck of cards.
What is deck of cards?
Deck of Cards is a new motion picture.
You made this film with the money?
I started well, I've got the script. It's done. Over the last weekend, we shot some test footage.
I can feel that wherever the entry point is not actually entering the organ. It's sort of outside.
Pull all of it out and put a Band-Aid over the hole. Good King, I will make sure you have been dealt a good hand. I have 2 suits to draw from.
The reason Manuel is here is because he saved my life. I was at the Rock House, and the feeding tube, as you guys saw last week, was giving me a lot of trouble. There was an infection growing, and I collapsed. And Manuel
took you to the emergency room.
The doctor there basically said that my body, outside of my organs, was filling up with the RJ's shake. And that was causing me to go into septic shock. This doctor, sort of traditional doctor, was very disturbed with the feeding tube and how I had set it up. I had it removed and sent me home with a bunch of medicine and antibiotics to clear out the shake from the inside. It was in the inside of my body, but the outside of the organs that it should have been going to. And now I have to consult really with with Dr. San and find out some alternatives. I'll tell you what, I'll take you up on that offer. It's been, 6 weeks or so since I've had any solid food in my mouth. No knock on RJ's. I just think, one of the things I try to do in life is live every day in moderation. Quick update on the High Ranch. Not a lot of good news to report. We had, I guess it was 20 pallets of concrete that was on the site that was set to be mixed and used to start dropping in some foundation. Out of nowhere, we got flash flood rain, 2 nights of hard rain. So we have 20 pallets of concrete bags, big bags. That's now basically a big giant rock. Can't get the contractor on the phone. He doesn't want to deal with the high points at this point. I really need my wife, Toni, back in action here. She needs to come and start doing her job because the High Ranch is in deep trouble. I'm in a great mood. I had a really beautiful, moving meditation and a consultation with my guardian angel, Dr. San, last night, who owned up to the fact that the feeding tube might have been too much. I just feel blessed that I have this guardian angel looking over me. My wife, Toni Newman, was released from the facility this morning, her rehab facility. Obviously, I'm very excited. I have not gotten a chance to see her or talk to her. Oh my God, look at you. You look wonderful. Oh.
I have to talk to you. This is very difficult for me. First, I would like to apologize to you and to Axiom for my behavior on my birthday party.
I know. Yeah, well, listen.
I'd like to apologize to you, Tim, and also to Matt. And I'm so sorry for who I've been these past few years. I also want to thank Dr. Nancy Klein and the staff at the Hemet Valley Rehab Center, and who I honestly believe saved my life. I'm an alcoholic, Tim.
Yeah, well.
And I have done some horrible things. I need to get this out because it's killing me. I cannot be with you anymore, Tim. From the moment I met you, you've been a fuel on the fire of my disease, and I am so sorry.
Who's this Nancy? What's her name? Nancy Klein? Who's saying this to you?
And I am so sorry, Tim, that my disease, my addiction, has created this illusion that I was someone you could love and someone who could love you. From the moment I met you, the moment that I saw you on that jury, I was drinking heavily on the jury.
We don't have to.
I was out of my fucking mind. You were guilty. Yes, you were guilty. And I should have seen that.
Toni, no.
And then later you laughed about it. You laughed about it. Yes, you laughed about it, Tim, and I laughed about it.
What is this?
Killing those kids.
What?
We laughed about it.
What?
No.
No.
We did. We laughed about how we gamed the system. And you know what? It makes me sick. It just makes me sick
All right, be sick.
I can't turn back time, but I can't stop enabling you. I can stop.
Great.
So it's over. I am so sorry to everyone. I want to give this back to you.
No, you put there. I'm not.
So sorry, Tim.
Yeah, you said that. Good day. I am under doctor's supervision, taking a small sedative to keep me calm. I'm joined by my group D4 is here with me, and they have been, my rock. Also joined by the new president, permanent vice president, official vice president of the High Network, temporarily at least, until we sort everything out. Living now at the Rock House with Wendy and Manuel. I've been abandoned by my wife, and I've been also, since going to the Rock House, I've been abandoned by my angel, my Dr. San, who has gone from my life. I've been all week trying to communicate with him. People have been saying that I'm crazy, that I am not talking to angels. You either accept the concept of the afterlife or you don't. It's a simple question. If you do believe, then you have to accept that this is possible, that I can communicate with angels. Angels are involved with my life. I can go beyond the gates of heaven and exist there for periods of time, come back and have that experience, color and dictate the kind of person I am. There's no question about that. And that's not controversial. Is Dr. San a controversial person? Has he made mistakes in his life? Absolutely. Does that mean that he doesn't exist as an angel? No, that doesn't mean he doesn't exist.
So you just haven't heard from him this week?
Since being at the Rock House. Spiritually, been writing music now because of it. Dr. San is giving me an opportunity to use this time to download all the music ideas in my head, and that's what we've been focusing on. So D4 has been making new music. Spiritual rapapella is what we're calling it.
Fill me up, fill me up, fill me up, my angel, my Dr. Sam. And I'm gonna get high up, and I'm gonna get hoo-ha.
Tim, you do know that it was Matt that was doing all the Dr. San voice through your walls, right?
Huh?
Matt.
What?
He was pranking you. He was imitating Dr. San talking through the wall of your house. That's what you were hearing. It was Matt Newman. Wow. Because remember, you told me you had dinner with him and you told him all about Dr. San and all that. That's when you started hearing the voice of Dr. San. So it's obviously him talking through the wall. Man. And then now that you're not there, you're not hearing it anymore because, of course, Matt's not on the other side of the wall.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to the Wendy Kirby Valentine's Day special.
Hi, Tim.
Give me a phone here. Happy Valentine's Day to you.
Valentine's Day.
You look absolutely stunning. Beautiful.
Thank you.
Love that red dress.
Thank you very much.
I got you a card, but don't read it. It's private. I mean, you can read it, but not to the crowd there. It's something between you and me. But anyhow, so what about you? What's up with you? You got a Valentine this year?
No, I don't.
Come on, there's got to be guys lining up around the block to get with Wendy Kirby.
No.
Oh boy. Well, I'm off the table, as you know. I've been texting you about this nonstop. I have been going through a rough patch with my wife, Toni Newman, but I made the decision that I am going to make it work. And I have not granted her the divorce that she requested. I believe she's under hypnosis or mind control from the Hemet Valley Rehab Center. So I want, you come to me when if you ever feel like you're ready to take that step, whoever it is. And if it's Manuel, then we'll figure that out too. But the key is you're here and you're here to turn us all on with your talents and your music and your voice, your beautiful voice. Wendy Kirby Valentine's Day special, and we got a lot of fun in store. Happy Valentine's to you. And so let's start the raffle. This is just their wallet ID. 50,000 free high points. Congratulations to CFO CF0 CF08517 FDF 3327 E65EFDD 846E1 0DBA 610, that should be an O, 61087 BD 679 B802 B21. That's the wallet ID. You are the lucky winner, just won 50,000 high points. If we were going to do a film, it would be one of my first choices to play the romantic lead in the movie. And I thought, oh boy, certainly those characters are going to have to kiss, and how we just have to get over that. And if you're looking to get into dramatic work, I would never want to do anything disrespectful with you or overtly pornographic or anything like that. But I do envision a scenario where our characters have feelings for each other. I think you got the lips for it. Mind if I join you?
Hey, Tim. Of course.
It's Valentine's Day special stressing me out.
Yes.
Well, I was talking to Wendy Kirby. Apparently she doesn't have a Valentine this year.
She's so beautiful and she's so talented, but we have a policy about keeping things professional, so...
Little choir boy.
You're stubborn.
I'm stubborn. You're stubborn. You're stubborn. I said, Wendy Kirby!
Yes, Papa?
Quit your singing. I thought you said you're gonna be baking some pies today.
Oh, yes, I almost forgot.
Who goes there?
I have no place to sleep, so I just wonder if you could help me out.
I have a barn you can stay in for the night. Only one condition. You must keep your hands off my beautiful daughter, Wendy Kirby.
Wendy Kirby. You are the father of Wendy Kirby.
The same. We're gonna be hungry for some of my girls' pies.
Pardon me. I'm Wendy Kirby, and I was wondering if you would like to sample a bit of my pie.
I know who you are.
I'll hold it right there. What did I tell you? Now, if it is true that you do love each other the way you say you do, then the only proper thing is for you to ask her hand in marriage. Now get on your knees. You get on your knees too now. That's it. Now you kiss her. Kiss her right now on the lips. Those beautiful lips. Hold on now. Hey, wait a minute. Hang on. From what we can tell, they are divorce documents. They're legal documents to initiate the divorce process. And your job now is to investigate, figure out what the hell she's doing. And you've been tailing her for the past few weeks.
We got a clip. I can show you some of the things that we were able to come up with.
Let's take a look at the most recent footage. Can we tell where this is?
I think it's a gift shop.
Oh, there it is. Restrained whimsy. Any thoughts or any theories on who she's shopping for? I mean, she's going to have a hard time making the case to dissolve the marriage. I mean, with this stuff. Look at it, it's gift wrap. So that's a gift. That's 100% a gift. Oh, look at this. Whoa, you got in there.
Michael, leave me alone. Stop following me.
We're all set to do the big finale tonight, and D4 is going to come out and perform. But I don't know, about 20 minutes ago, our own Wendy Kirby left. She left and has not returned.
Have you thought about what we were talking in the hot tub?
What, axe again? If he's willing to apologize for what he did, come down here, tell me what he did, then maybe I can forgive him. I'd have knocked you the fuck out right now. We still have a problem. We have a big finale set with D4, and I don't see it happening. We got no Wendy Kirby.
I still can get my guitar, and we can play the car song.
The car? We haven't played together for 2 years, like the old days.
Yes. Yeah.
The car on 3. 3, 2, 1. I'm like an empty bottle, ain't no everything left in my mind. Thank you for watching.
To sing the hit song Oscar Fever, pop sensation Wendy Kirby.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I've got the Oscar fever.
I'm your host, Tim Heidecker, President and CEO of the High Ranch. We are here out in the God's country out here on the ranch. Mark?
I can't get down.
Get on your knees and work your way down. We're doing the live. We're live right now, Mark, so figure it out. Let's hear for Spider-Man. That's pretty cool. We are here at the High Ranch. I want to apologize. We honestly thought we would be in much further along with construction. And I put a lot of faith and a lot of trust and a lot of responsibility into the development of this ranch into one man, Mr. Money Joe Estevez. I came out here on Thursday and saw what Joe had done and sort of what he hadn't done. And it broke my heart and put me in this terrible position where I had to scramble and get us to the place where we are today, which is not where I thought we would be or where we should be. This was supposed to be back here a 6,000 square foot soundstage. And so I terminated Joe Estevez. And on Friday, I contacted a man named Joe Crane. And Crane Construction is here. Big thing that we don't have on the land right now is water. We don't have access to water. New operation here, the High Ranch Distillers Desert Sun Tequila. This is the good stuff. We've discovered a big patch of prickly pears on the property a couple months ago and got right to work getting the distillery up. What's going on with this van? What's the deal with this hunk of junk?
This is the secret, I promise you, that I've been working on. It's the VFA Expert Tour Van.
I don't know if you got a permit for that or how are you going to work that financially, because
you don't need a permit to drive a van.
No, well, you need a permit if you're going to be charging money and driving them around town. And by the way, this is all coming under the revenue stream under the High Network due to our employment agreement and the ownership agreement from last year.
And because I've been working with AMC and other networks, this might be my last Oscar special with you, and that's fine with me. Next year, you may see me on AMC. A lot of great movies coming out next year. Deck of Cards, the Play-Doh movie.
We are, God fucking damn it, the goddamn wind. We need a windscreen here. Fucking Joe Estevez fucked me so hard. Greg might know this. Why don't they give dogs Academy Awards? For pets or animals, huh? That just hit me hard because I have not been, I know it's a dog, it's an animal, but I hadn't been touched like that in a while. I'm a married man, but my wife kind of keep me at arm's length at the moment. And I'm gonna need ice.
I'm Willy Wonka.
6 months ago, a year ago, a man came into our lives that changed the trajectory of our financial situation. Mr. G. Amato from the Amato Group, the leading holder of high points. I thought I had the most high points. It turns out G. Amato has them. Sir, an honor to have you on the broadcast.
I almost feel like I'm at home here with the High Ranch land. And as you mentioned, being such a major owner of the High Points.
We need an influx of capital, of liquid assets to build what we want. And your advice to me was to restore immediately the entirety of anyone who had High Points. Because what happened earlier in the year, I had to make the tough decision to zero out thousands of people's High Points because of their failure to disclose financial information. We kiss or hug? I'm just kidding you. Thank you so much, and what a pleasure. Please stick around and help yourself to as much chili as you can get in you.
So
Deck of Cards is never going to come out.
They call me the Patch Adams of movies.
They do?
Like
Who does?
The film buff community.
I want to take you guys on a little tour and show you what we have planned. This is my new little toy. Pretty soon we're going to have condos and a mall and a stadium and all kinds of stuff. So over here, see, we're going to lop off the top of those hills there. And that's, we're going to have some a shopping district and Community Center. And I want to take you down to the well water. One of the challenges out here when you're so far away from the grid is you have got not access to the city water line. And so basically the first thing I said to Joe Crane, we need access to water. Joe has been hard at work with his son, and we have finally accessed well water.
You have the honors.
And let's...
Oh. Well, there. Just leave it on. Let it. Just let it.
Here we go. We got water, folks.
Yeah. Might be a little sediment in there.
What is this? This is brown. Pretty brown.
Yeah. I'm almost wondering.
Yeah, that smells.
I'm almost wondering if we hit an old septic tank. Bit of a smell to it too, huh?
Yeah, it smells like shit. That's the problem. Is because this is how everyone's getting their water is through the chili, because we don't have, like I said, we ran out of Decini yesterday morning. So people need to be able to get hydration through the chili, and if they're not getting it through the chili because it's too hot, I don't know what we're gonna do. Second base player Vinny from Dakar is on the line. I'm dreaming of a day where we can reunite and get into that. We're reuniting tonight, but just getting back in the studio and doing what we do best. What's going on with Nick? I haven't heard from him. We reached out to him. I'm happy to talk to you, but what's the deal with Nick?
Nick actually passed away.
We're talking about Nick, the drummer for Dakar. Fuck. Yeah, this is the Dakar unauthorized documentary. This is essentially a solo project, and I use musicians to see they're almost tools. They're like clay. All right, everybody, thank you. Shut the fuck up! This fucking guy in the fucking pickup truck. LaRue's here, and this is a little surprising, a little upsetting. This came, can you see this?
Okay, see?
We got, somebody's knocking it, sending BBs our way. I mean, somebody's in the fucking hills. If you want to come down here and fuck with me, then come down here. Don't be a fucking baby.
What?
Yeah, see?
What the fuck?
This was happening earlier.
What the?
Somebody's in.
Oh, hold up, Tim.
I can see it right from up there.
Hold up, Tim. Come on, man. I think we got some snipers, man.
You were at the Hemet Valley Rehab Center. This is big.
5 weeks of freaking hell, man.
Well, what did we find out about my wife, Toni Newman? What do we get out of this that we can use against her? Because we need evidence to prove that I've been, that people have been lying to me.
I was able to get into Dr. Klein's office. I confiscated one of her external hard drives. There was some therapy sessions with Toni on them.
If we can get this admitted to the court, they can. Where's the fucking paper she sent me? Who's got the divorce papers?
The problem with Tim from the beginning is that we were both drinking a lot. We had this really big fight. He just took off, which he had done that before. He took off, and it wasn't until I got a call from the credit card company saying that a charge was for over $2,000 had been authorized on my credit card. But it wasn't until later that I got a call from Tim, and it was in the middle of the night, and he was telling me that he said he was with Dakar. He was recording a record, and he just hung up on me. And then I called Manuel. He said, well, Tim's not here. Tim had used my money, my credit card, to fly to Japan.
You see what I'm saying? Where
am I going to go to Japan? That's insane. Now we have evidence now she's lying, which is
right.
Yeah.
Tim wanted Wendy to come and live with us. He was trying to talk her into living in.
I don't want nobody to live.
Now Tim said that it was because
you saw what I did to Wendy Kirby, by the way. How am I going to want her to live with us? Those RJ Shakes issues. That's a thing of the past. That's bad medicine. I'm off that stuff.
He wanted to have that intimate relationship with him, but he could not perform. So I don't know. I thought maybe it was attributed to all of the vaping, or we were drinking excessively, or maybe
lying now about my manhood, my sexual proclivity. I'll prove it to anybody here tonight what I can do sexually. Fuck that Scooby Doo.
All of these things
anybody.
Use my money to launch this high network. As soon as Tim would leave the room, all of his friends would just talk shit about him. Every single one of them. Greg.
That's bullshit right there.
Manuel, LaRue, Joe. Every single one of them would just talk shit about Tim.
You want to get on the record, Manuel, and clarify something for me?
Not just me. And
is she bullshitting or what? You've been talking shit on me, to my wife?
Already been two.
and there's 8 more to go, and I told you the secondary awards.
Don't fucking lie to me anymore.
All right, well, you're not going to get any. You're not getting any more film expertise. I'm going to AMC, and I'm going to tell them.
Good luck.
Well, I don't need luck. I already have been offered by AMC. I'm already on AMC. I'm already on it.
I'm tired of the deceit and the lies and the shit I heard from Toni. I don't know if it's true or not. I don't think it's true.
She never knew anything about movies.
What the fuck is this now? Hey, I told you to get the fuck out of here. Hey! Get the fuck off my land, you motherfucker! Fuck! Get the fuck off my land! We're basically under attack right now from the low IQ shitheads that live up in the hills. Keep at it. I don't give a shit. All right, everybody, we're just about to go live here with the big fucking Dakar reunion. All right, this is a new song. You're talking next to my soul. You're not my brother, you're not my friend. You are Judas to me. We lost power here, folks. Wonka Land in the bed? I want to see chocolate and Oompa Loompas.
Well, come over here and let me show you what we do have. Wonka chocolate, like you asked for.
Shut up. You're telling me the whole plan tonight was to show a bunch of old mummies in a bed? So get in there and let's see your little demonstration.
Well, I'm not going to demonstrate the full scene. You got to buy a ticket to the movie.
Fuck.
Jesus
Get down.
Christ.
Get down. All right, everybody get down. All right. I know they're shooting at us, man. Well, Jesus Christ. Get in the van.
We're going to run straight through here and get in the van. Get in the van. Just get in the van. Get in the back.
Get in the van.
The door's on the other side.
Go.
Get in.
Let's go. I'm not leaving.
Get in here.
You got it. All right.
Stop.
This is my land. You're trying to scare me out of here. It's not gonna fucking work. Let's fucking go. Shoot me. I'm already dead, motherfucker. Kill me, you motherfucker. Kill me. I don't want to fucking live. Okay? I fucked everything up. I fucked it up. I've already died, motherfucker.
Well, I hope one day to celebrate our victory by sharing a drink with you and the other diamonds and hearts at the local pub.
Let's head there now. I could use a stiff drink.
Now, my kind card friend, hold your horses.
Bad news, my fellow cards. The King of Hearts has been kidnapped.
Ladies and gentlemen, we present the Jitterbug Scene. Complete at last. Oz heads everywhere can rejoice.
I just wish there was someone who could help us find the King of Hearts.
Who am I?
You are Lieutenant John Jacob Heidecker, chief spy for the CIA, killed in action 2 days ago in Somalia.
You were trying to tell me I'm dead?
Not quite. The founding fathers who sit at the foot of God himself have made an appeal on your behalf. Your first mission is in an entirely different dimension. Your assignment is to solve a great mystery in a faraway land.
I'll head there once.
Deck of cards.
I've been sent here from another dimension to solve a crime. I'm here to locate the King of Hearts. It's valuable for me to solve this crime.
Well, I already know who did it. I already figured it out. So we already know it's the 9 and the 4 of spades. So
Use me as a kite, tie me to a string and send me to sky high, and the lightning will strike that, and then the key will be on a string, as Ben Franklin did. We want to get to the bottom of the issues that happened.
I'm surprised you showed up, Joe, since you didn't show up for the filming of Deck of Cards.
Whoa. The reason he didn't show up for the Deck of Cards is because he knew what it was. And he knew that it was not going to work. And that it was not a part that he should have anything to do with. Well, let's get to the facts. Yeah. Last year, Greg Turkington announced that he was going to be making a Deck of Cards movie. From what we understand, Greg Turkington wrote a script and shot a test scene with you playing the King of Hearts. Yeah. Several months passed. Greg wrote something around 25-page script.
It was 30 pages. 30 pages.
A 30-point font, so it's large font. If you had done it at a 12-point font, you'd probably be looking at about a 5 or 6 page script. It was not formatted as a script should be formatted. There was an agreement when I purchased the VFA that held me to funding or producing or releasing one,
which you violated,
one VFA production per year. When I received the rushes, we could see, and this was my concern when I saw the script, was that there was not enough footage to constitute a movie or a TV show
because
or
we weren't
anything
finished.
else. We had an emergency meeting at the High Network. Myself, G. Amato, and others sat around and said, our ass is on the line.
We never needed you to do it. I had my own financing from Pop Secret. The thing was going great until you got involved, and that's when you aborted what we had been working on. If you read the reviews of Deck of Cards, and there's lots of them, they don't mention J.J. Denneker. They talk about the jitterbug scene and what a treat that was. And then you stole all the footage and stole
I didn't
all
steal nothing.
before we could
I don't want to be accused. I'm not going to sit here and be accused of stealing something that's
But you did
mine.
steal it.
What Greg did was created a world. Created a world of cards.
Yeah.
And that was all
And
he
that was
did.
good.
And what
Solid
I did was
idea.
I was the stitch, I was the glue, I was the oven in the cake metaphor, which combined them all together to tell a captivating story that was about something that matters, which is personal freedom.
This is what you guys need to get on social media.
Let me explain this. Release the Turkington cut. People want to see the Turkington cut. Guess what, folks? There isn't a Turkington cut, okay? The footage has been destroyed. We have a path now forward for several more J.J. Denneker projects. I like the idea of the Joker as a character. I'm not saying I don't want the Joker in this.
What card is J.J. Denneker? The card is that?
In the film, we had an interesting workaround there where we had J.J. Denneker and we had the Jack of Diamonds. Here's what went wrong. We should never have pursued the acquisition of the VFA, because one of the clauses in that agreement stipulated that we would take part in a VFA film production. That was something we were legally obligated to do. The positive side effect of that was that this was a lane to reintroduce J.J. Denneker to America and the world. If you haven't seen Deck of Cards, I would suggest scrolling through the first 10 minutes. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the new season of On Cinema and More in the Morning. Why don't I just really quick introduce my co-host, Kylie Amato is joining us. Thanks to the Amato Group for keeping us going and putting a significant investment into this new set and new vision for the show. So we're very excited. I would like to bring out the man who's made this all possible, the president and CEO of the Amato Group, your father-in-law, G. Amato. We are so grateful for your trust and your vision for this new beginning of On Cinema. It's about new beginnings for me as well. And it's been a challenging few years with the divorce from Toni becoming official. And now we are in a position, thanks to your help, where we have the High Ranch fully in our own control with my partnership with you. We are now able to make big moves there.
I have my hand in many industries.
Yes.
Among them healthcare, construction, mining. We diversify a lot.
So what is it like to be a part of that family? Because I know I know there was some tragedy in your life.
My husband passed away, as you know, 2 years ago.
Mr. Amato's son.
Correct.
But it's amazing that the Amato family you've remained close with them.
Oh, of course, we're family.
Yeah. A guest coming out now who's going to talk about movies, and he is the expert from the AMC network, and he's got some credentials to back that up. Mr. Greg Turkington.
And of course, we haven't had an Exorcist movie since.
All right, let's quickly take a look at the VFA tour package right here, and then we'll quickly move on with the show.
Hey guys, it's movie time! Announcing the premiere launch of the VFA Expert Tours. I'm going to be joined by our newest master impressionist, Gordon Song.
I wish I was 18 again.
A little bit of a somber day here on cinema. We want to acknowledge the 2-year anniversary of the passing of your late husband. I don't want to say ex-husband because you were married at the time of his passing. Tell us a little bit about the circumstances by which he passed on.
He was carjacked and shot in the head and the heart.
Tell us a little bit about the discovery you and your engineers discovered on the ranch site where I'm currently living at the moment. We got a beautiful trailer set up by the Amato Group, and I appreciate that.
The Amato Group has discovered large deposits of lithium under the soil of the Hay Ranch property.
Yeah, we don't. If people don't understand, lithium is the mineral of the future. It is used in batteries and computer chips and so much more. Medicine, I know, because you have an interest in medicine and healthcare.
Mm-hmm.
So we're pausing the construction of the ranch to potentially develop a pretty serious lithium mine there.
The lithium should be not only mined, but extracted, processed, and sold.
That's what we love to hear. I hope no criminals watch this show, but if you are breaking the law, that we would side with the cops every single day of the week. I think it's a great opportunity for women now to become men, or not to become men, but to become part of male characters. I'm joined in her rightful seat, Kylie Amato with me, and I want to apologize to you about the confusion last week with the seating. After a long, protracted, contentious argument, negotiation, I should say, with Greg Turkington.
It's all forgotten.
We have agreed that Greg will sit in the guest chair over there, but per his insistence, he will be joining us through the entirety of the episode. The significant developments over the week has been this exciting lithium news. I'm posted up there at the ranch. Got a really nice trailer, kind of thing, you know, you don't need anything else. But the amount of activity happening there this week has been incredible. It's like a gold rush activity down there. But I do want to begin today by talking about forgiveness. There is a long line of people that I have forgiven, and it's a really big, important part of my growth. Let me bring forth the next person in my line of people I am planning on forgiving. Joe?
Oh, me. All right. Hey, Tim, good to see you.
You put the entire High Network in a perilous position, and Kylie was not there to observe any of this, but from the briefing I gave her, she's convinced that mistakes were made.
I accept your forgiveness. Thank you for forgiving me.
All right. The relationship with Toni Newman had disintegrated a long time ago. And, you know, I think she threw something very sacred away. And we're going to see all the superhero movies when they come out.
They're impressive.
Not you and I together. I'm just saying we collectively. No.
Yeah, don't
Or
start
maybe we
rumors
will.
here.
I see them all.
Thanksgiving is coming next week. What kind of plans do you have?
We always, you know, do a whole family dinner, turkey.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't even know. But
maybe you can come to our house, you know,
I
if
would
you
love
have no
that.
plans.
I've been meaning to bring that up with Mr. Amato, and but kind of want to wait for that invite to come in. I guess some filmmakers in Wisconsin, part of the university program there, saw his portrayal of Ben Franklin, is what I was told, and Albert Einstein, and were so taken by his performance that we got a little more update on that. That Mark is right now in Wisconsin shooting the film, and the title of the film is Baboon.
Acclaimed rock band Dekar is back with a tour and a new album in the works. Wow. So amazing. I'm so excited to see them play all my favorites.
We are excited too.
Right?
I mean, Dekar is back, and we are just energized. By the way, Greg, I will need the VFA van this weekend for the tour. So we're going to be picking it up from you on Thursday night.
No, because I have tours booked all weekend long.
Those will be rescheduled, I suppose. I have legal ownership of the van, therefore I'm going to use it.
But I bought the van.
I don't care who bought it. High Network owns the van. The Santa Claus is directed by Jason Weiner, starring Time Alien.
This isn't even a movie. This is a mini-series.
Well,
Why are you even talking about this?
Well, because it's part of the Christmas lineup out there, and I don't really see a big difference. Did you not see it? I thought you would enjoy this. I know you're a fan of the Santa Claus franchise.
I'm a fan of the movie. I'm not a fan of the series.
What's the distinction? I mean,
It feels like a movie.
Yeah,
That's what he's trying to say.
No, it doesn't. Because it's episodes. It's just episodes of something.
Watch them all together, and then you'll have a movie.
I'm not going to watch it. It's not a movie. That's not what this show is about.
I'm giving the Santa Clauses 5 bags of popcorn and a little Christmas tree at the end.
You don't give bags of popcorn to TV shows. Give bags of pretzels, but not popcorn. You don't eat popcorn and watch TV. That's pretzels.
Fuck you! It's just pain going up my neck. There, but for the grace of God, go I. We had a terrible incident happen this weekend that prevented many of you from experiencing the Dakar tour. On Friday, we left for the tour, and we were low on gas and had a little time to kill, so we stopped at the Love's truck stop, which has a McDonald's in it. I got to get through this because it's important that everybody understands what happened and why it happened. Because of the open air concept of the VFA van, the items in the van were exposed. This included our suitcase and guitars and basically everything we needed to do the show. About a half hour went by as we were ordering and eating. After that point, we came outside and found that everything in the van, minus a box of empty bottle CD singles that we were bringing out to sell as merchandise, had been stolen. We were a few hours away from our destination, and we headed to O'Leary's in Fresno at that point. To see if we could borrow the other musicians' equipment. They were unable to loan us their equipment, and what I did is make a decision that we would, as a band, stand upon the stage and play the Empty Bottle CD single and sing with that, and sing along with that. And Axiom's here, by the way. Axiom.
Hey.
Axiom was just recently discharged from the hospital. The car took the stage at 9:15. We sang along as best we could to the Empty Bottles song. At 9:20, we were asked to leave. At that point, I made the executive decision that we can no longer perform as Dakar on this tour, and that we will be losing the battle with the intention to win the war, which is to continue the tour. We returned down this 5, again, because of the fuel inefficiency of the VFA band. We were required to fuel up again. At that point, I approached the manager of the Loves demanding security footage so I could begin the investigation with LaRue as to who stole the equipment and our suitcases. I was denied that. After 2 hours of demanding it, I was told that if I did not leave Loves and McDonald's, that there would be a problem. 2 in the morning, we get back down to 5. Very dark, very late. I can't tell you the details of what happened because I just don't know. It is my suspicion that because the van was improperly maintained, and I have records going back urging Greg Turkington to do regular maintenance, something went wrong with the van.
No one asked you to take the
steering column collapsed. The brakes went out. Something catastrophic happened with the van, which caused me to lose control of the van. Thank God nothing worse happened, because for me, I'm driving. The steering wheel knocked these out. Those are gone. And and my face hit the steering wheel, and I suffered whiplash. Like I said earlier, Axiom lost his eyes. And the bad news is Manuel is currently in very, very, very serious bad shape. He is in very bad shape. He is unresponsive, but there is hope.
What about the van?
And the van is completely gone. It's completely totaled.
I had all the glass from the windshield trapped in my eyes. It was very, very painful, and when they removed it, I couldn't see anything. So we'll see. They said there's hope.
Manuel flipped out of the van. He, from what they tell me, went flying out of the van, ended up face down in mud and water and everything else, run off, and then it was down there for a while.
The doctor told me he's fighting for his life.
At the Talk Movies, I would like you to tell Mr. Amato that I will not be able to attend Thanksgiving dinner
He will be so disappointed.
because I cannot be amongst the Amato family looking like this, and I apologize. I'm going to a dentist tomorrow, and they're gonna work on getting me replacement teeth. Your host, Tim Heidecker. I apologize. I got these, I guess you call them dentures, or permanent dentures, to replace my teeth.
They look great.
They look okay, because I'm a little self-conscious about it, because folks at Shine Dental, I thought, did a great job, a very painful procedure, and I think they take some time to settle in, and they said I should come back and they can readjust. Overall, I have to say my health has dramatically improved. Something happened after the episode last week. I began to analyze my liquid intake at the ranch, and I want to show you something, folks. What happened was basically, there's no, we don't have access to the grid at the ranch, and we've been accessing the groundwater. And if you remember from the Oscar special, our contractor believed that we had run into a septic tank of some sort. But what it turned out was that we had accessed basically the groundwater that was so mineral rich, and the sediment and the grain within the water table underneath us was so rich in minerals, including lithium, which is what has got Mr. Amato so excited, that I've been drinking this as is, and there's no fecal matter or anything else like that in there. This is just lithium, H2O, of course, and thousands of minerals. And as I investigated this further, I determined that this has radical, miracle-like healing qualities. I'll drink it right in front of you here, just to show you I'm not joking around. And it doesn't taste as good as regular old water. It has a bad odor to it, as you can smell as I opened it up. But it has so much healing quality to it. From what I can tell, it is restructuring my, my DNA on a molecular level. You can see the proofs in the pudding. My neck feels good. My bruising has healed. And I'm trying to get into the hospital to see Manuel and get him on this, but they're not allowing any of this stuff in there. Anyway.
It smells like rotten.
You got to get used to the taste, because it makes you sick. And I've been getting sick from this. Beyond just the mineral mining for the lithium, I think we've got a real business here, because we're going to start bottling this and making a lot of money selling this to people. I just feel alive. Mm-hmm. You know, like all the cells, all my cells have regenerated, and everything's reversing, you know, on my organs and everything. You could tell. I mean, you could just see it. And LaRue, you have a big update to give us today.
I was doing a little surveillance on our boy Greg here. Supposedly, Greg is working with AMC Networks, right? And the footage tells me a different story. It appears to me that Greg is just working at AMC Theater.
Scrooge, directed by Stephen Donnelly, starring Luke Evans, Olivia Colman, and I am going to puke. I really am.
It's one of my favorite Christmas movies.
No, I'm not. I'm serious. I'm sorry. I got this. It usually takes about 10 minutes, but then it's like it wants out. Now let me get. Why don't you just take 10 seconds here? Oh.
A Just Legend is reborn in this.
all right, man?
Yeah,
to
yeah,
face his
I'm
past
good.
and build a
That's
better
just part of the
future.
deal. Unfortunately, Kylie Amato will not be with us this morning. She had some plans that she couldn't get out of. I would have really liked a little bit more of a heads up on that. I want to apologize for my, how else do I say it, my upset stomach last week. And I'm still a big believer in what I'm calling grain water, which is water right from the source of the ranch. But what I've been doing is messing around with the dosage and the dilution of it. This is the consistency that's been working well for me, and I've had no vomiting, zero diarrhea. There's a fair amount of rejection that's happening, but it's happening in a normal way. So it still has a rank flavor to it. But LaRue, why don't you take a shot of this bad boy, get your legs back working, can generate those cells back up.
Yeah, I'm good, brother. Thank you.
From what I can tell, we're going to have some major announcements next week about the future of the ranch based on this stuff. We're going to show you this video. This video apparently aired a few times on the local cable channels in Apple Valley.
Have you or a loved one suffered from the events surrounding the Electric Sun Desert Music Festival? Well, if so, you may be entitled to a significant cash settlement. Some new evidence has surfaced, which means there is now grounds for a civil suit.
And Joe, if you're watching this, fuck you. I need you on Joe.
I got it.
Okay?
I'm on it.
And I need everything on him.
I went down to Gorman, California, Interstate 5. You've talked about it on the show a lot.
I have.
To find out what was going on with my VFA expert van for insurance purposes, and just to see if the thing is salvageable. We were doing a documentary on film expertise and shooting these tours. So we had two cameras. One of them was a dash cam. The dash cam was operating as you drove up the grapevine. Well, I think this is footage that you'd probably want to have a look at. This is what they call smoking gun type of footage.
Well, what happened was either the mechanics aren't able to determine if it was the brakes that went out or the steering column or whatever it was.
Or the driver.
The axle broke.
Watch this footage. I think you're going to find it very eye-opening.
You want to talk about Pinocchio or not?
I'm going to give you a clue that you can think about for your investigation. What is the opposite of eye-opening?
Let's talk Gilionio del Toro, Pinocchio. Pinocchio does it again with this one. What did you think of this one from Gilionio Toro's Pinocchio? Well, this movie spoke to me. The story of a little boy who was just a wooden toy coming to life and becoming human is almost parallel to my journey this year, having been down for the count with the accident. If Pinocchio could come back to life from being a wooden boy, then I can come back to life. I'm out there living on the ranch alone. I got no Wi-Fi and I got no transpo. 2 years ago, when I was with Toni, this is the kind of shit she'd make me watch, and I am clear of that crap. I am not bothering with something from Tiffany's or any of these other movies that are about men and women making love. I'm out there actually making a difference. I'm actually getting minerals from the ground into this solution that is going to change the face of the world. It's just going to change the future for every single person alive. Welcome to On Cinema, right?
Mm-hmm.
God.
And more.
Yeah, and more in the morning. And Rachel's back here. Kaylee is back with us, and I'm a little disoriented. I have sustained a 104-degree fever now for 4 days. I'm wearing these guys because I can't really kind of focus on anything. Puking my guts out, and I think what's going on is
don't open the lid.
Ugh. My brain is my body is fighting this shit so hard because of how effective it is. The body's fighting it because it doesn't want the genetic code to be changed because it's going up against nature itself. And I just got to fight through it. This is, the fever's going to break and the code is going to start rejuvenating in a way that will, I already feel the reverse of the aging process happening. And, I got that forever mindset. If what this is doing to my body on a molecular level, you can imagine where this is headed. And Mr. Amato, thank you for being here, and I apologize that I'm not well. You are doing a lot of work on the ranch right now to to extract the lithium, but I swear, I hope you don't take it all, because what's in this water is changing me in a very fundamental way, and it's going to change you. It's going to change every man, woman, and child on this planet. So I hope you understand that.
Of course, I'm going to be leaving some for you, yeah.
Yes, well, not only lithium, but millions of other elements and chemicals.
I'm not really sure that I know what exactly is in that water.
Is it's been almost 3 weeks and you have not replaced my vehicle? 6 sold out on Sunday and 4 on...
interrupting, but why haven't you brought this to my attention before? I have all these connections with the Pep Boys. They could just have come around and fixed whatever you needed to get done with those trucks.
I told you about this. I said that Mr. Amato has deep connections with the Pep Boys. I begged him to take you up on his offer to bring it to Pep Boys so that we were driving in a safe vehicle, and he ignored you time and time again, and the result is that Manuel is probably not going to live. Axiom certainly won't see again.
I don't think the Pep Boys could have fixed the problem that led to this crash, and I have the evidence of what led to this crash on a flash drive from my dash cam. So unless this car is replaced with a vehicle that's as good or better so that I can continue doing my tours, I'm going to have no choice but to turn over this footage to the insurance agencies and maybe some other agencies, if you get my drift.
Let me talk to the Pep Boys.
Sid, ain't so, Joe? Could the sun be setting on Joe Esteve's movie career? It's really looking like Hollywood. Joe has finally lost it.
He sure has.
After losing his CFO position at a major studio earlier this year, it now seems as if he has been virtually blacklisted in Hollywood. And this has been your Hollywood Spotlight.
Fascinating.
Right?
Yeah, it really is sad to see what's happened to Joe Estevez. I guess he crossed the wrong people, right, Mr. Amato?
I don't envy his position.
This was an interesting movie dealing with suicide, and that's certainly something that I have thought about over the years. And during some low periods, I know we talked privately about this, and we both have these feelings. I don't know if I probably should, you don't want that to come out.
Yeah, maybe it's not.
Certainly after
right.
the death of your husband.
Little details that you might miss if you hadn't.
I need a little help here. Yeah, I need to get into the bathroom right now.
I don't think I can go to the sink that from with you.
It's okay.
More rooms.
I gotta get, coming up. It's all coming up.
Okay, I'm gonna...
Welcome to the On Cinema and More in the Morning Christmas special. You know, the greatest gift you can give someone or yourself this season is the gift of immortality. What is standing in the way of each and every one of us achieving immortality? The answer is simple: death. For centuries, death was considered impossible to defeat. All that changes today. I'm holding in my hands the most important discovery in human history. It's called grain water, and it's the most powerful weapon to stop death in its tracks. So join me and the On Cinema and More in the Morning family as we unwrap the greatest Christmas present mankind has ever received: the end of death and the beginning of forever life. So stick around and watch as I look the Grim Reaper right in the eyes and prove to every one of you doubting Thomases that I am indeed immortal. I just want to, first of all, apologize to you guys for my health. I knew going into this that it was going to be a fight, sort of a fight against my own body. My body is working like hell to stop what I'm doing to it, but I know more about my body than my body knows about my body, you know what I mean? I think I finally had a breakthrough where fever is pretty much gone. The nausea is still there, but there is this feeling of the light at the end of the tunnel. What we've cracked is the ability to stop death in its tracks and reverse it, and that's what this miracle medicine, this miracle liquid, the grain water, is all about. We are about to break news tonight. We're going to be putting my theories to the test. This is the ultimate binary choice. It's going to be live or die. If this is as good as I think it is, that we are looking at, and I'm going to be talking to Amato about this, is opening the Tim Heidecker Center for Immortality out of the hospital in great health. I want to welcome Manuel Gusti, and he's going to be joined by Axiom. Oh, all right, why don't you speak, and then you can, oh boy.
So, Tim, there's only one problem with Manuel. He hit his head very hard during the crash, and now he has a hard time understanding English, and he can't even...
Non capisco niente.
He can't even speak it.
Well, ask him the question I asked. I asked him. Can you translate for him?
What was the question?
Did you see the light? What was it like to be dead and come back to life, if he was
Quando sei morto.
E poi tutto nero.
He says he doesn't really remember anything. We were going to the tour. He maybe he didn't see the lights. It could have been from another car, but then he just see it. Saw everything black and he doesn't remember.
Okay, this is going to make you probably speak English. It does not smell good. I've cleared the studio of our guests because what I'm about to go through is not easy and not comfortable for many people to witness. Right now I'm going to demonstrate how death can never win when I'm powered by the healing juices provided by Mother Earth. We are set up here for what can only be described as a lethal injection. Has anyone in your long history doing this, has anyone ever survived a lethal injection?
No. I cannot stress to you enough how important it is to have a medical professional administer this drug, and also an extensive grain water treatment program. The first syringe
here we go.
will
this is nuts.
Make you unconscious. And one will stop the breathing, and the final, last one, will cause the heart to stop. Let's check the heartbeat here. Okay, it's been about 15 seconds now, and unbelievably, this man is still alive. In my medical professional opinion, grain water has unlocked immortality for this man. He is still unconscious due to the sedative. However, you can see on the monitor that he is still alive. I believe that grain water can provide eternal life for all. And now let's wake him up and give him the good news. Tim, wake up. Tim. Something's wrong. He won't wake up. I don't know what's wrong.
Is he supposed to be out of this by now?
He should.
All right. Tim, okay, cut. We got to do the film reviews. Cut. Wake up. Okay, call an ambulance. Somebody call an ambulance. Hey guys, welcome to a special edition of On Cinema's morning movie review show. Unfortunately, our one of our co-hosts, Tim Heidecker, due to circumstances beyond his control, is unable to be here today for this episode. And then I get here, and also Amato's banquet hall is not open either. And I've been pounding on the door and nobody's answering, even though this is the scheduled time for this filming.
Boy, I've got a lot to be grateful for in this new year. I apologize we weren't here last week. I spent the last 2 weeks in the emergency room and in the intensive care unit, and went through really a very scary period. Good news is the doctors were kind enough to set my teeth properly. Shame on Shine Dental, who, unbeknownst to me, had set the teeth in improperly. It was causing me a lot of pain. There's something happening at the High Ranch that I don't really understand. LaRue got some information about what was going on inside my body, and I'll just tell you right now, my blood contained Neisseria, meningitis, Haemophilus influenza pathogens, which typically result in meningitis, bacterial contamination, and tested positive for parasitic blood infection called toxoplasmosis, which affects the heart, liver, eyes, and brain. The hepatitis panel is indeterminate and should be repeated, so we don't know about hepatitis yet. I think the lithium gave me a elevated sense of reality. I was convinced that, as you know, I was immortal. There is questions that I have about what was in the water and why what was in the water was in the water.
It smelled like sewage, so that's my first guess.
I'll tell you, I came out of the hospital New Year's Eve a few days ago and went to the ranch, and my trailer had been removed. All my possessions and clothes and everything I currently had was gone. I went to the rock house looking for Axe and Manuel. They were not in. I went to your apartment looking for anybody. You were not there. Tried to reach Mr. Amato, and there was seemingly no way to get in touch with him. He has spent the holidays in Argentina, and it was just a hard night. Stayed at the Econo Lodge, not too far from the ranch, and we're just putting the pieces back together. I'm not exactly sure what I'm doing here. You know, I have questions for Mr. Amato that he needs to answer about what has been going on at the ranch. Like I said earlier, there have been trucks coming in throughout the night, and I believe something more than the lithium mining is happening down there. But the good news is the doctors feel good about where I'm at, and the toxins have been cleared, and the infections have been treated. And I want to just apologize, really, for putting everybody through what I put them through. Well, I could use some cheer.
Merry Christmas. It's not, I know.
You know, how about somebody spending 2 weeks in the hospital without one visitor? And, you know, that's just... You know.
I just assumed you didn't want me to visit because you never do, so I would have brought you this, but it's just that usually if I text you or call you, you don't respond, so I just assume,
I regret behaving that way.
And also Axe and Manuel always seem like that's who you'd rather spend time with.
Yeah,
so.
well, they have been really, I don't know what I did to them, but it's like the wall went up, and I don't know what's going to happen there. This is the only Christmas gift, and it's not Christmas anymore, but it's the only Christmas gift, it's the only Christmas gift I'm going to get this year.
It could be part of a new life for you.
Divine Secrets of the Yaya Sisterhood. What is it?
It's a tea set.
Oh,
It's a promotional tea set for the Divine Sisters, the Divine Secrets of the Yaya Sisterhood.
I don't know what that is. Is that a...
That's a movie. It's a popcorn classic.
Okay.
Pretty cool gift that you... Oh.
I'm so sorry about that. I'm so sorry that I ruined your gift, and I fuck everything up. Seriously, thank you for being a friend to me and sticking with this, and thank you. I don't know what else to say. Nobody else wanted to come, and you've been a good person.
I'll tell you what, when we're done here, let's go get dinner and go to the movies.
I would like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I would like somewhere to just kind of get back on my feet a little bit.
Well, you said you don't like my place, but it's definitely open to you if you need a place to stay.
I like that.
Turn the calendar back, turn the date back so you can enjoy Christmas. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's talk movies.
All hail the king of movies. So let us raise a glass and pay tribute to the greatest movie buff of all time, the true king of movie expertise, and my co-host for the evening, the one and only Greg Turkington.
Hey guys, it's movie time!
Wow. Congratulations on 10 years of movie expertise. You've really been a good friend to me, and you've gotten me through the past few months and gotten me back on my feet.
This is a flash drive that is of great interest to Tim. Frankly, it's a movie from the dash cam, from the unfortunate accident from the VFA expert van. This is the original footage, and you can destroy it so we can all move on with our lives and forget this very sad chapter. But there you go.
I just assume forget that period. It's very painful for all of us. It's not something we want to dwell on. That means the world that you thought to do that. So thank you. We do have Mr. Amato here, and he is responsible for the success that we're having right now and tonight, making it all possible. But I understand that you understand that there are still many questions about what happened last year with the Amato Ranch, the High Ranch, I should say, the grain water. And I said to Mr. Amato, would you be open and willing to sit down with me and have a frank and open and transparent conversation to get me up to speed on what the heck is going on at the High Ranch? And the good news is that Mr. Amato has agreed. What happened during the Christmas break? As you know, I suffered a very serious medical emergency. I was hospitalized and contracted a number of diseases, nearly died. After I got out of the hospital, I attempted to reach you. I attempted to reach anybody from the Amato group and received no answers.
You see, there were some very urgent matters happening in Argentina, which required my total and immediate personal attention. I should also apologize to you. As a result of miscommunication, your trailer was removed from the ranch, which is unacceptable to me, and I have taken measures to have that reversed.
What can you tell us about what is happening at the High Ranch?
Some wonderful things are happening, and that will be very, very, very beneficial to you and to all of us.
As you know, I used some poor judgment in accessing the water underneath the ranch. I was drinking what I call the grain water. Now, this grain water caused me to become seriously ill, nearly killed me. What can you tell me about what was in the water?
The grain water has particulars which I cannot explain to you right now because a lot of it is being studied and investigated at this point. But as soon as the results are available, I'll be delighted to let you know. Very pleased that you've gone through this ordeal of your health in such a positive and a very strong manner.
No, I appreciate you mentioning that. Yeah, it has been tough, but I'm feeling, getting back on my feet has been really, really big. What can you tell us about your vision for High Points?
High Points are incredible. In fact, you've come up with something absolutely special that allows us to totally rethink our monetary policy viewpoints in terms of how we can nest assets. I really don't want to get into any more details at this point, but I should let you know that Hay Points will soon be able to be converted into pure lithium. And I don't believe that at this point, the fact that the trailer is being restored to the ranch and etc. should not be where you should live in squalor or in Greg's apartment for that matter. Well, I believe we can set you up quite well, probably in one of the Amato condos, and I can provide for you to the extent necessary financially so that you can fulfill your dreams. And from what I can see, there is potential for you to really become a very great and potential powerful man.
I'm touched, that you see that in me, because I don't know that there's a lot of people that see that.
We were so close that it was decided he would become my son. Not biological son, but he's become my...
So Chris wasn't, he passed away. Chris is not your son. That was
not biological son, no. But the spirit was similar, and there was congeniality. And as I look at you, I somehow see Chris. Looking in your eyes, I can see Chris. And I want you to know that I believe we can do great things together. I am here for you, and I'm prepared to see you through as you move through projects with your Hay company.
Well, you hit on something there. I got chills. I didn't have a father in that way. I didn't have a man that could protect me and care for me.
It's very touching to meet as well.
Yeah, thank you, G. Amato.
So we're now both Amatos, which is in Italian
To be loved.
To be loved.
I feel loved right now. Thank you, sir. Last year, we became aware of your participation and role in a movie called Baboons, or Baboon. I thought it sounded very intriguing. I got the director's information from the university. I contacted Chad, and then I spoke with Devin. Even after the LA reshoot, they had sort of abandoned this as a film. I saw an opportunity because these guys had what I thought was a good idea. They had a good, some footage. Most of the footage, unfortunately, won't be usable, but we purchased the SD card of the California footage. We are developing Baboons as a high feature.
When Mark walked on that, did you hear the crunching sound? These look like real tapes to me.
They are real.
Because you told me that they were simulating a carpet made of tapes.
No. You misunderstood. These are prop tape. It is a real tape. It's just not from your collection. Speaking of
this is
tribute,
interesting that Daddy Longlegs with Fred Astaire has a $6.99 price tag on it because I bought that for $6.99.
Happy birthday to Pinocchio 3000.
Oh, no. Hey.
Please welcome Carwin Allard.
Working on Decker Unclassified was a highlight of my career. Not just getting to play the role of young Jack Decker Jr., the dream of a lifetime.
And now you're starting to look like me. I'm starting to look like you. I don't know who's older, who's younger these days. But
I mean, unfortunately, you abandoned me, so I had no idea that I would find out about that.
That's right. Well, in the show you did.
In the show, exactly. My father, much like you, is very supportive and wonderful. You know, he's
my father is not. Just to clarify, my new father is my new father of Amato. If you ever have something happen with your dad, or give you my number, and I'm gonna step into that role. This is taking too long. Hold on. Let's pick a few numbers here. Well, now we're going to bring back on the show somebody very important to me, my dad. Well, that's exciting. We got a couple of movies in the hopper. There you go. Thank you, Dad, for that. So we got Baboons launching and also something else.
I think we could actually make 2 Pet Boys movies with this.
Priority being Baboons, because we want to get you in Baboons first, and then we'll pivot to Pet Boys.
It is now the time to play what you've been waiting for. Pick your Pinocchios.
This is Sophie's choice, if there ever was one. Really, when it comes down to the height of the two of you, I gotta go, Manuel, you're my Pinocchio, okay? Come on over here, man. I'm having some issues over there.
Is it normal?
We'll do the scene, Craig.
I can't do the scene yet. We got to get him straight.
My boy, my brave little boy.
No, don't do the scene yet. Wait until he gets
him down.
We got to get, okay,
now.
Okay.
Get him the fuck down. Fucking cut the rope and get him down. You fucked up and you're endangering the star of Baboons. If he dies tonight because of you, he's going to be sick. Let him breathe. Let him breathe. Clear him out. Because we're doing my Pinocchio scene now.
No, we're doing our scene.
No, you're not. Get out. Are you guys ready? We worked on this during the break, and we're going to do the Pinocchio scene that everybody was meant to see.
My boy, my poor, brave, but dead boy.
Father!
Yes.
What are you crying for?
Like I say, you're dead.
No.
That's why.
Excuse me.
Yes.
I have to interrupt this. It's just not working.
Wait a minute.
And we're going to make a change right here.
Mr. Amato, I'm sorry. We're right in the middle of this scene here, if you don't
I am
mind.
aware, but since we are financing it, and this isn't working
Hey,
properly...
what's the matter, boss?
It's un problema. From now on, the production will be done in the following way. I will be playing the role of Geppetto, and this will be Pinocchio. Okay?
Hi, everybody. We were having an issue here on set. It's come to my attention during the break that some footage, and I want to know how this got out, but there is some footage that was released online, and I haven't seen it. I don't know. I believe it's the van footage that I had in my pocket the whole night. I believe what happened is the steering column failed me. I believe in honesty. I believe in candor. And I don't know what happened, okay? I don't. And what I want to do is share the video, and we should just get it out, just clear the air. But people are upset, and I'm upset. So I think let's just show it, and we can move on. This is after a bad night. Shows got canceled for no reason, and equipment was stolen. Max.
Did you try it?
I don't know. I feel sick.
Fuck this.
I'm sorry. I don't know what that is. I don't know. I don't remember. I don't. Why would I do that?
Tim.
I don't remember anything about that.
Oh.
Why I would want to hurt my friends, and where did they go? I need to talk to Max and Manuel. I didn't mean to hurt anybody! I didn't do that! That wasn't me! All right? I don't do that! I love my life! Why would I throw it all the fuck away? Why? I don't... This is the fucker that put me in the fucking... Fuck you! I'm sorry, Dad. I don't know why. I'm different. Something changed.
All right. You are upset. Just calm down. Calm down, my boy.
I don't want this. I don't want this. I don't want this.
Neither do I.
This is the Round Hay Garden scene from 1888. It was the very first movie ever made. It was only 2 seconds long, and you can see it right now. So for our finale, we have added color and sound and running time, and it's 300 times the length of the original Round Hay Garden scene, 2023 135th anniversary. Action.
I fancy a walk in this garden. Beautiful day here in Round Hay.
We're making history here. That's the first movie ever made.
Good morning.
I fancy a walk in this garden. Beautiful day here in Round Hay.
I have to apologize to
Maxim
and Manuel and change. I have to change.
Yeah, that's the first movie ever made.
I will change.
A van travels down a remote stretch of highway between San Francisco and Los Angeles, carrying all three members of the very popular rock group Deccar. Spirits were high as the band was returning home from a string of successful sold-out concerts. Spirits would soon be shattered as the van and its occupants were about to fall victim to a tragedy, veering off the highway and into a ditch. Several forensic mechanics were able to review illegally filmed footage that captured the accident, as well as study the van itself, and have all come to the unanimous conclusion that the accident was a result of one single cause: gross mechanical negligence.
And have concluded that the accident was the result of a shear in the steering shaft space.
Tim Heidecker, the driver of the vehicle, can be seen attempting to maintain control over the vehicle, and in a heroic effort, uses the power of his own body weight to try and keep the vehicle on the road. What remains a mystery is how private video footage illegally recorded without permission managed to leak out online and was seen without consent or context, giving the misleading and false impression that Tim Heidecker was somehow responsible for the accident.
The perception out there is that you did this to sandbag me. You have nothing to say to that?
I'm not interested at all in what you're doing when you're not watching movies.
Why don't you tell everybody the truth? Why don't you tell them what happened, that you put out that video on purpose? You wanted me to look like a fool even though that video is a total lie. Did you see the video before it was released publicly?
Yes.
Okay, so then when you saw the video, then the next thing you did was put it up for everybody to see?
No, I had it.
So you wanted everybody to see that video to make me look like a fool?
No, I thought I deleted the video. I don't know why it was in with the movies.
In conclusion, while questions remain on how the footage was released, there can be no doubt that Greg Turkington was complicit in the dissemination of the footage.
Number one. It's On Cinema On Demand. Hi, everybody. Welcome to a new season of On Cinema On Demand. course, you're watching us right now on the High Network, or you're listening to us on the podcast app of your choice. That's right. We are the original pioneers of podcasts on cinema way back when, and now we've kind of come full circle. So welcome. My name is T. Amato, and we are back here, the High Network Studios. To my left here, my brother.
What's up?
My dude, my man at co-worker and friend, Joey Patrocelli from the Amato Group. In high school, you were Joey Patron, fucking tequila guy.
Yeah, a long time
in
ago.
high school.
Yeah.
But you're not that guy anymore.
No.
Joey P.
Joey P, yeah.
Joey's here to talk movies, and I don't know anybody that knows more about movies than you do.
Thanks.
I will be looking to you today to provide my reviews. You'll be acting in my proxy today and throughout the show because I suffer from a very serious condition. I know you know this, but I don't know if the audience does, but DRCS. We're still learning a lot about it. Dissociative reality confusion syndrome. When I watch films, I have the distinct feeling that I am experiencing what I'm seeing. So, for example, I was watching Little Mermaid or something like that. I'm telling you, it was the most horrifying experience of my life. I felt as if I was drowning. I want to thank my father, G. Amato, who pulled me out of the depths of hell last March as I suffered a total mental, physical catastrophe. A little embarrassing. I did have an issue with vanity, I suppose. About 5 years ago, I started dyeing my hair using over-the-counter hair dye and face dye, beard dye. It was definitely not good for me. Definitely not good. The chemicals we know seep into your bloodstream, affect your personality, affect your health. So one of the things this year you'll see I'm starting to gray. I'm getting to that age, and nothing I'm ashamed of. I'm also getting 10 hours of direct sunlight a day, which completely curbs most of my appetite through the day. So my eating's gone down to basically, well, we'll get into that later, but it's all part of my high diet. You know, Dad told me that one of the conditions of doing On Cinema On Demand this season was to have this guest, although I strongly objected to it because I think we've heard enough from him. All right, that's Greg's take. Now it's time for Joey's take. Take it away, Joey.
So, night swim. If you were scared of swimming at night before you saw this movie, you're going to be really scared about swimming at night after seeing it. 3 stars.
All right. Fascinating.
Yeah.
What was the take?
We're cutting, we pre-shot his review.
How many bags of popcorn did you give the movie?
We're not doing popcorn. We're doing stars.
5 bags of popcorn is the top rating. That's for the best movies. So 0 bags of popcorn is for the worst.
He thought, well, Night Swim is a 5 bag.
You get Night Swim the top rating on yours? So I would say it was a 3-star movie.
Go say 3 bags. Who gives a shit, right? 3 bags. Stars, whatever.
I don't know how to do the math.
3 stars out of 5 stars?
You're right. It would be 3 stars out of 4 stars. So that's, what, 75%?
Something like that.
So it'd be 75% of...
So 3.75 bags of popcorn?
We want everybody to stick around. We encourage you to go hop on over and check out our other new show, On Cinema On Demand Encore. And quick note to you about wardrobe. You know, I'm wearing a t-shirt, but if you want to put a blazer on for next week, that would be appreciated. Not only do I work here, but I've been, working in the warehouse, got my forklift certification. You've allowed me to structure my life, so I'm spending those precious daylight hours on the roof. It's been so meaningful to me, and I love you, and I know you love me too. So people keep asking me what's happening with Dakar. The answer is I don't know, because I have not had any communication or contact with Axiom or Manuel. They've locked me out of their life because of a false narrative that was created last year. If they haven't seen it, Axiom, Manuel, if you would please watch Case Closed and contact me, because I think it exonerates me. What's the next big step? Because Greg and I have been waiting sort of for you to give us the green light to proceed with our independent projects, the Pep Boys movie and the Baboons movie. But you sort of had a different vision for these two projects.
Well, I'd like to announce that the Amato Entertainment Group is going to have the project Unification. The Pep Boys movie and the Baboons are being combined. I should also announce some more projects that we have in the works. We're going to be licensing Jim Jetson's puppets from Sesame Street.
And you were explaining to me this concept of intellectual property, Joey.
I mean, IP is what it's all about these days.
Thank you so much, Kylie.
Very cool segment.
Thank you.
I didn't know you were a fellow Potterhead, but that's a cool thing to be.
My favorite films.
Stick around because we've got another episode of On Cinema On Demand Encore starting right now. Let's kick it over to Greg with his popcorn classic this week.
Hey guys,
I want to just thank everybody for a moment for reaching out with their sympathy and concern regarding DRCS, and that it's not all negative. It's actually become quite a positive thing in my life. I've got a lot more to say about that throughout the next few weeks.
And give me
it's
a
not
review
about
either.
you.
Well,
Enough.
I will, but it'll be too late then because I won't have a chance
I'm not talking about this anymore. And I'll go to Dad right now and say, I don't want you on this set. And if he insists that you're here, then that's what's going to happen. But this is not acceptable anymore, and we're not having it. You broke a $30,000 watch, a gift from my dad. You broke a $30,000 watch that my dad gave me, and it can be fixed. Do you want to talk about ISS?
Yes.
Then let's talk about ISS. ISS stars Leo Aspake.
I also wanted to thank you for this generous, thoughtful gift that you gave me just before we started taping today. So thank you.
You're welcome. I just realized that I don't have a DVD player anymore, so I should get rid of all my DVDs.
Mark, I don't know if you know this, the Baboon movie is back on. Something I'm really excited about is the merging of the two ideas. We have the Pep Boys idea now, and now the Baboons idea. And we're working on a script right now that combines those two, called Baboon, a Pep Boy story. The big announcement, of course, today that everyone's talking about is the announcement of Amato Con. March 8th, 9th, and 10th out there in Rialto, California.
10th is Oscar night.
I'm so excited about, please don't interrupt me.
That's right.
AmatoCon.com. You can find all ticket information there. Dad has asked me to put together a keynote address. So excited to announce this, the official release of The Highway, 10 Simple Steps to Unlocking Your Source Code. And this is basically, it's not finished yet. This is just a demo copy, but it will be by March 10th. And it's getting to sort of codify a system that I have learned and developed through my experiences with DRCS and lithium and, believe it or not, sunlight, and how the sun rays and the sunlight can transfer lithium and back, and my body is producing lithium now. And just generally, you'll see in the book, but how DRCS unlocked that within me, the neural pathways and everything. It's fascinating. So get your tickets now at AmatoCon.com.
Is it in the daytime? Because the Oscar special would be the night of the 10th. So
I don't have the full schedule yet. We're still working on it. Joe, I brought you here because, as we look at the climate out there, this concept of the weaponization of the Justice Department. Is it something you're seeing now? And you've learned your lesson. You've already gotten your 40 licks for this, but you're completely moved on from the Dwyer stuff. You're not working with them anymore.
Yeah, no. Well, I got a call from the law firm to do another ad for them, but I said, hey, no way. I said, please, lose my number.
Good. Yeah, I don't think it makes any sense for you to mess with them anymore.
I did hear that the district attorney, people at Electric Sun, the families, well, they're pressing the DA to reopen.
I'm not worried about that because they can't do that.
Yeah,
I mean that's double jeopardy. Yeah. I think that.
Yeah, and Toni, your ex-wife, Toni, has been talking to the district attorney
about what.
Well, apparently.
I mean, what could she possibly have to say? I don't think that. Would be. Where did you hear that?
Yeah, I just. You hear things, and there's no facts here involved. I'm not judging the situation, but
I mean, here's the deal with that. I mean, listen, the fact is she can't. I don't think she can legally do that. I don't think we can allow that.
No, you can't do it unless it's federal, of course. But this is, and I don't think is just
all right.
So
well, that's news to me. I don't like.
We have a segment called Collector's Corner that we need to do. Which
go ahead. Yeah, I got to do something.
Collector's Corner is a new segment on the show. This is where we look at a collection of movie memorabilia that I've acquired that is of great interest to movie buffs everywhere. This is a can of a cream of shrimp soup
that's actually seen in the pantry, as they used to call it.
Okay.
In Ma Kettle's
That probably
pantry.
cost you a small fortune.
This costs only $500.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to an emergency episode of On Cinema On Demand. Day early. I don't know where to start. This has been a tough fucking day. I don't know how much you know, but we got this video come out that Axiom and Manuel put out, and Corwin, who the fuck he is, this actor who played my son, who I offered pretty graciously last year to be his father, because he did play my son. So anyway, let's show the video real quick.
Hey guys, we have something very important to tell you today. Tim Heidecker is no longer a member of the car.
We wish him well with his future endeavors.
That's such, you know what, nothing but lies coming from Manuel on that.
One of the things we're so excited to bring you today, it's the introduction of the newest member of the car, Corwin.
Yeah, Corwin is an awesome singer and musician. We will bring like a youthful, fresh, new sound to the car. I think that just what the car
I'm fed up with this whole thing, and I'm sorry.
We are currently open
Rightfully so.
with managers.
That's enough. Turn it off. That's the news from Axe and Manuel. If they had returned my calls over the past several months where I presented them the evidence that I was exonerated, if you look at the Lucas Gibson Brown report, that clearly says I had nothing to do with the accident. In fact, somebody on the set did, but they refused to look at the evidence. And now they've betrayed me in a way I didn't think was possible. The fuck is that about? I mean, where's that coming from? First of all, there is no Dakar without me. It's a band I started. It's a band I still am in. Dakar doesn't exist without me.
That's right.
This, talking about betrayal, I think Corwin betrays me more than anybody in this situation. And then they put out this music video. It's one of the worst songs I've ever heard. Listen to this.
On a highway, going 90, pitch black with a top down riding.
You know what? This song is a personal attack on me. It's clear. I'm not stupid, Axe. It sounds like every other fucking song on the radio. You walk around the mall. This is the crap you hear now. I mean, have you heard a song worse than that in a long time? Or like,
No, not in years.
That's foul.
That you've done to me. I took a ride with the devil. You took me down to his level. But I'm rising up, and leaving all that behind. I took a ride with the devil.
Music doesn't work. And I know exactly what you're saying, Axe. You're calling me the devil. Fuck you. I can't listen to this.
There's no exactly.
This song is a personal attack on me. I know I can read between the lines, Axiom, and I know when you say ride with the devil, I think I know what you're talking about. All right? You don't think you're so clever. LaRue, I have to talk to you about this because I put you on this, and I asked you, since last year, I asked you to keep an eye on what those guys are up to, try to reach them, try to make contact with them. And over again, you tell me it's all clear. And now I find this drops in my inbox, and I have everybody tagging me in these videos.
We're going to get to the bottom of this shit. I'm going to stake their ass out.
All right.
Ain't no Dakar without you.
Well, there isn't. No, but that's, and Joe, you don't know the group. You don't know the dynamics of the group, but they're Italians. Exactly. And you get that. You're Paisan, right?
Yeah.
But these are Italians, not Italian-Americans.
From Italy. Yeah.
And they're like literally don't belong.
It's different.
They just don't have legal status here is what I think. And secondly, they're in copyright violation of my name. So I need you to investigate that and also investigate their legal status. And I want you to go on the find out who Toni was talking to at the DA. Keep the popcorn bag away from the microphone. It's all I hear in my head. I got Mark Proch here because we have some bad news to report. We were just getting started on the Pep Boys Baboon project when we had to shut down pretty much immediately. Things were going well until we learned that we had blown through the entire budget, and I have the bank statements here, and I want to bring this up right now and get it over with. Everybody's furious. You've spent the entire production budget of Pep Boys, A Baboon Story on these Hollywood collectible props. Broom from Mrs. Doubtfire, $6,000. How do you justify this? And I'm bringing Mark here to tell him that we're done. We're shut down operation.
No, we're not done.
Shut down production on Pep Boys. I went over this with Dad. He said, absolutely not. If you don't get the money back, we're both in big trouble.
I'm going to get the money back times 2.
How are you going to get the money back?
So the Mrs. Doubtfire broom, yes, it costs $6,000. Guess what? Hollywood Props from Classic Cinema go up 10% each year. That's $600 more that you can spend on other aspects of this production.
Don't you think it's odd that all the props came from one source, your movie friend?
Well, yeah, because he's a collector.
So he's got the Mrs. Doubtfire broom and all this stuff from Mon Pa Kettle. He finds out that you're buying all this stuff. You go over to his garage and you give him how much money? The entire $25,000 budget.
Well, yeah, but that's the budget for props. But we'll get it all back.
Not the budget for props. It's the entire budget.
Well, I wasn't told that.
We had a good day it wasn't really a shoot day. It was what they call a camera test day, sort of testing. And I think if we watch this footage, we can see we don't need... Hit him in the head with the wrench.
Don't hit me in the head with the wrench again.
That's a soup can from the fourth Mon Pa Kettle movie.
And then as he falls down, you hit him.
It's a $10,000 prop in the background. You're tangling it up before you have to spin around with it. So shame on you. You owe Mark a big apology. Mark, please leave. Got a bit of good news to report. AmatoCom is now officially sold out. If you want to join us, you can join us virtually at AmatoCom.com. Sorry, we had a confusion about this. AmatoCom, which is the name of the convention, is AmatoCon, the convention, short for convention. But we had an issue with the URL, AmatoCom.com. So two coms. Joey did not get a chance to see this movie for very good reasons that we're not going to get into now.
No, I haven't had any time. I've been busy with work and an additional workload that's come up because of certain people's actions.
Got a little present. It's actually a set of the entire Harry Potter series. So all 8 movies on VHS tape. I don't know if you ever go to the Dollar Theater in Norwalk, but they are doing some screenings of some of the original Harry Potter movies. And I actually got 2 tickets to it. I was wondering if you wanted to go see Harry Potter 2.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
We got Joey P out this week. He's out for personal reasons.
So I'm staking out the Rock House, right? But I found something very interesting. I don't know about Corwin Allard.
Yeah, Corwin Alward. Just so you know, Joe, Corwin Alward, Corwin, we call him Corwin the Coward because he was my son in Decker.
Oh, yeah.
And now he's teamed up with these traders, the Judas and Judas Jr.
Oh.
Check this shit out, Tim. I was going over their records, right? Manual and Axiom are really here illegally.
This is my whole theory because they're illegal aliens, as far as I knew.
In fact, their visa expired December of last year.
We have illegal immigration run rampant on our country, people crossing the border, millions of people a day. Yeah. And now we have actual evidence. And I think the next thing that should happen is that those guys get deported. And by the way, they don't get to take their amps and their guitars with them either. It's like goodbye. The other side of the coin here, which is the legality of using the Dakar name, which is a clear copyright infringement.
Well, I kind of looked at the copyright law and the contract that these boys signed. It was like a majority thing, rules. No.
I don't think so, Joe. I don't know what contract you have access to. I'm having second thoughts on asking you here because I think we're getting some of that activist judge attitude from you, very lenient, and I don't think this case calls for that.
Kylie, what happened last week? Because I went to the theater for the Harry Potter movie and I could not find you in the lobby or in the theater at all.
I just got busy with work.
So what do you think of Bob Marley, the movie One Love?
Well, this is a biopic.
All right. Well, I have news for you. I was able to listen to this movie. Of course, DRCS only becomes an issue for me if I'm watching and listening.
Why haven't you been doing that for all these movies?
Well, because I'm not going to sit there and listen to a movie, but this one sounded interesting to me because it was so music-based. I should say I listened to the soundtrack, the songs in the movie, and then read a Wikipedia essentially about Bob Marley. So between the two of those, I essentially watched the movie or listened to the movie. But it's good to be back reviewing because I want to just say I love the movie. I agree with you. 5 bags of popcorn, absolutely, and some cups of soda to go along with it.
Because you didn't see the movie or hear the movie.
I know the movie. I do want to say one quick word. I want to send out all my love and thoughts to the Newman family. Yesterday I received word that Matt Newman was involved in some kind of incident. He's in the hospital right now.
What happened?
I can't really talk about it. It was some accident at their home, or I don't know if it was an accident or not, but there was,
like he fell or something?
No, there was
home invasion situation.
Wow.
I don't know. I'm speculating. I don't know very much. Matt's in the hospital right now. I think he's gonna be fine, but I know it's hard on Toni right now. And we've had our issues, and but I love Matt. He's like I still consider him a stepson. I don't want to speak too much more about that, but I am wishing them well, and everybody else should keep them in their thoughts. I wish we were here under better circumstances. I'm here with Toni Newman, and if you could just first of all use that microphone, because this is a podcast now, and we are on Deezer. How is Matt?
He's still in surgery.
Okay.
And he's not out of the woods yet. So we're just here trying to get the public's help, get this out there, and prayers for him.
Mm-hmm. So tell me what happened.
This whole thing started, I was upstairs, and I was watching a movie.
What movie? Don't.
And I heard gunshot noises.
Mm-hmm.
So I ran downstairs to see what that was. Matt was lying in a pool of his own blood.
Mm.
So I called 911.
Mm-hmm.
And I looked over at him, and he had a gun in his hand. And I looked over at the door, and the door had, like, bullet holes in the door.
One of the reasons you're here today is we have what we believe is the shooter on camera. And so what we want to do is use this show as a public service to show what this guy looks like. Let's take a look at this Ring camera footage from Toni Newman's house, my former home. I was looking at this earlier, and this looks like he's casing the place. He's like a robbery, an attempted robbery. He's looking to see if anybody's home.
Well, the police, yeah, they don't know. He walked away, then he goes back. Yeah, there it goes. See, he knocks on the door.
His mouth, the jaw is moving. I can't really hear what he's saying. Don't look, Toni. Look at right there. He says, you hear that? He says something. Are you home? I think he said.
He said something about, is Toni home, or is
What?
Toni there, or something like that.
Is Toni home? Yeah. It does sound like that.
It does.
Get a close up on his face, because I want to put out like a wanted poster for this son of a bitch. But it looks like there's a chin, or there's maybe a beard, and definitely the mask is covering a lot of the face. Is there any reason that this should be happening? You know?
No, there's no reason, Tim.
Somebody was telling me that you were speaking with the DA about the case or anything, but that's
No, I haven't. Prosecutors have come to me. I've had lawyers come to me. They want me to be involved in a civil suit, and I said no. There's a lot I could say, but I didn't say anything, and I actually feel really guilty about it, Tim.
You haven't talked to anybody about the Electric Sun 20 case?
No, I haven't.
According to you, you haven't spoken to anybody that would elicit any kind of retribution for whatever. I mean, I don't know what else you do in your life. You don't have any jilted ex-lovers since we were together.
I mean, there was one guy. He was a little jealous of you. But I don't think he would shoot my son.
Hey, Toni, well, we have you in our prayers.
It's good to see you,
interesting.
Tim.
It's good to see you. And what do you think of this?
I think you look good.
I stopped dyeing the hair, and you told me to do that 2 years ago. So here I am.
It looks really good.
Our thoughts and prayers to the Newman family, and terrible news that Matt Newman passed away. I've been, spending a lot of time with Toni the past few days, and she's been at the condo with me because she has not felt safe at home. But at least there's some closure there. Dad is here. Thank you for giving me some opportunity to be with her and taking some time away from work. But the show must go on. I can't believe we have to deal with this, but we are soldiering ahead with AmatoCon. We've had a lot of setbacks, a lot of challenges with AmatoCon, as you know. The original website that we wanted and put out there originally, AmatoCon.com, it was not working. We had registered AmatoCom.com, and now the only way to find our site is, again, AmatoCom.com. And the other thing there I wanted to say is originally we were so excited. Our ticket servicer, the venue who's providing the tickets, alerted us pretty much right away that we were sold out. We were down to 1% available. Upon a little more investigation there, it was determined that the actual numbers were the reverse of that there was 1% sold at that time. We marked the event as being sold out, but now we've got that fixed, so we now have essentially something like 99% tickets available.
And the good news also that you didn't mention is that you've agreed to have the Oscar special that everybody wanted, which we're going to have now
on night 3. Full coverage like
That's
we
not
do
what
every
we
year.
discussed. What we
And-
discussed is that I'm giving you an opportunity to provide limited Oscar coverage at some point during that night.
Is
Not
there
in-
a one night
There's
pass
not,
so you
no.
don't have to get the other content that's
There is
irrelevant?
not. I don't know why you wouldn't want to spend, Friday afternoon, Saturday afternoon, Sunday afternoon in intensive workshops with people like me, G.
Well, if
Kylie's
you're a movie
going to be
buff,
there.
if you're a
I know.
film buff, that's why you're tuning in, is for the film information or the expertise.
Yeah, you're really fundamentally not understanding the plan. We're not focusing this convention on movies in any way. We are, as a courtesy to you, going to provide you with a soapbox to talk about movies during that limited part of the convention. But the convention is AmatoCon. My keynote address, the highway system. I want to bring this up here. It's a work in progress. This integration of everything I've learned this past year, the highway system, discovering the source code, the hidden gifts of DRCS, and the big breakthrough for me was these new neural pathways that opened up. Watching movies is worse than smoking. The optimal lithium transfer rate is only activated when we shut down consumption. So you have the DRCS induced wall, which I think everyone understands. There we go. Full on lithium transfer both ways. So you're getting it from the sun and the sun gets it from you. So it's symbiotic. 10 times 1, that's 1 meal a week, 10 months a year. So you do have 2 months out of the year that no meals. 10 plus 1, 10 hours of continuous sunlight plus the 1 hour of total darkness. I don't think you can have the 10 hours without the 1 hour. Otherwise, it doesn't work. You'll find out more if you tune in to amatocon.com. Amatocom.com.
Can I just say something? Some of the funds that were provided for the Baboon movie, I understand were spent on movie memorabilia. I think that was a great idea. I think there could be some very interesting investment opportunities.
I don't think that's a good idea. I think that's a mistake.
Business memorabilia.
If you thought it was such a good idea, why didn't you let us finish the movie? Because it would have meant a lot to me and Mark and Greg if you would have let us finish the movie. But you shut it down. My feelings are a little hurt because you didn't. When I tried to explain this to you, you said it was stupid.
I'm filling in for T. Amato, who is actually going to be live streaming with us from beautiful Rialto, California, where he's setting up for AmatoCon.
I'm here in the loading dock of the hotel here in Rialto, setting up for AmatoCon 24, man. It's crazy. We're so much to do. It's insane. Bad news, but Jamiroquai finally officially pulled out. We were really hoping that he'd stay on. Bobby Flay is out. He was going to come in and do something at the last minute, and he can't. We're going to give the floor over to Greg for a few minutes Sunday night to talk Oscars. Come here, I'll show you something cool.
The popcorn's making a lot of noise, if you can.
This right here is my new Dodge Charger, courtesy of Dad. I needed some good news with what's been going on with everything with Toni and basically everybody, all the scheduling changes with AmatoCon and the ticketing problems, and it was very hard the past couple of days. And I want to thank Dad for thinking of me. And he said, if things go well and I can actually deliver on the keynote address that I've planned, and we have a successful weekend, this is mine to keep. Dad's here, wants to just say a few words about AmatoCon. One final pitch. What is the last message you have for everybody to get those tickets? Because we still have a lot of tickets available.
I would say that something as exceptional as this is very rare to come. So don't miss the opportunity for an extraordinary, eventful, surprising and enriching situation.
And you'll have the Power of Mercy speech Saturday night. What more would you want? You got a cigar bar, whiskey tastings, and I have to basically finish putting my presentation together and deal with the service. I'm going to be out. Sorry, you cannot park here. Cannot park here. This is not a parking zone. Back that way, please. I will not be there Saturday because I'm dealing with the funeral. The funeral is going to be on Tuesday. This is the viewing. We have a brand new act that just got booked. I hope they just got booked because this is the news. We have Dakar performing at the convention, at the AmatoCon. Here's what I mean by that. This is a challenge to so-called Dakar, Axiom and Manuel and Corwin, the coward. You have a stage for you set, ready to go. at Amato Con. And here's how it's going to go. You play, then I play. Tim Heidecker and the Empty Bottle Players. That's right, bitch. I've got a band of pros. These are the best players out there. I challenge you to come down and we'll decide, and judges will decide once and for all who Dakar actually is. My bet's it's
Saturday.
me. There's basically no one from the staff wants to lift a finger, so, and he can't lift anything, so I need you down here, man.
Yep. I'm going to close this up.
Wrap it up.
I'm going to be heading out there. All right.
It's the worldwide streaming presentation of the final night of AmatoCon 2024.
It's AmatoCon! All the blood, sweat, and tears! The hard work we've been putting in for years! It is Oscar night, we know that, so we do want to check in on that occasionally. Where's my Rialto folks out there? There's no point in doing things if there isn't sort of that pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. We have something called the power of rewards, and the reward for me is the Dodge Charger. Because of some personal things that are going on in my life, I have not been getting some of the things that we talk about in my keynote, mainly a tremendous amount of sunlight and sleeping during those sunlight hours. I'm not at 100%. I want to begin the PowerPoint talking a little bit about the moment that happened to me about a year ago. It's a moment that changed my life. In fact, I call it my holy shit moment.
Hay points will
High
soon
points, you
be able to be converted into pure lithium.
Think about that for a second. So that got me thinking that lithium is something that is all around us. It's not just a mineral buried under the ground, but it's all around us. It's in the sun. You guys in this room can create your own lithium simply by regulating and monitoring how much media you consume. Specifically, the shit that's on that guy's table right there, movies. This disease is a blessing. It's called DRCS. I wish I could inject DRCS into everybody in this room, but I can't. But I have figured out through a tremendous amount, extreme exposure to sunlight and some steps that are going to be in this book here, we can turn your DRCS on within ourselves and let the transfer rate of lithium from the human genetic code, simply by pulling out lithium from the molecules within the atmosphere, transferring them all the way up to the activity in our brain and into the sun, which creates a life energy that will give us, each and every one of us, the power to do whatever the hell we want.
We're going to do an Oscar forecast, which probably you don't have much to add because you didn't watch any movies this year.
I can't. I mean, we went over that. I'm restricting films to my health.
So the best picture tonight, place a bet on it. I can tell you with 100% accuracy, the best picture this year will be Anatomy of a Fall.
All right. That's our Oscar coverage for the night. Like I said, churros, funnel cakes, cotton candy, all open on the house, courtesy of me and the Amato group. So everyone get a little
because they were going
snack.
to throw it all away because it hasn't sold because nobody's here.
This is sort of the AmatoCon merch booth area.
Glasses.
Which we love. We're not giving these away, but we're deep discounting these guys. So you could tell us a little bit about scotch.
The drink of business is what I like to say.
What goes better than with scotch than a cigar, am I right?
There's nothing better than that.
And now these, we got these in because we're not allowed to smoke in here, but these are, I guess, digital cigars or e-cigars.
Vape cigar.
Yeah.
What do you think?
No.
You don't like it?
That's a mint. Well, I've been having mints.
So that's yeah, and then just a very little sip.
No.
You don't like that?
I don't like that at all. You know, we have it here. I know we're at a there's a bar here. We get some
You don't like
Patron.
it?
Joey, get some Patron. Some tequila
Nah,
for
I
Joey
don't.
P.
I don't drink tequila anymore. I drink
We should
scotch.
get some. No, you should. We should. For everybody.
Don't call me Joey Patron again, okay? Nobody calls me that, and especially not you. All right? So just keep that out of your mouth.
Since I have you here, because I've not had a chance to talk to you since you gotten back from wherever the hell you were, put the drink down. You know, I've tasted enough.
Tell me what to do.
I've
first
tasted
of all,
enough
right?
scotch to know what I think. and we
Okay,
should
so
get
I'm going to
some-
have a drink then.
I want to be straight with you because we're brothers in a lot of ways. 3 weeks ago, you go MIA, and Dad didn't know where you were.
I went to Mexico, and I told G that I was going. I do this every winter. It's my little sabbatical that I take. I have a timeshare condo in Mexico.
Dad, I asked you the other day where he is, and you said you had no idea.
That's correct. He forgets sometime, but I told him, and I sent you an email. I sent it to your Hotmail account, but I guess you don't check it. I have pictures. You can scroll through them. It's me and.
I'm not scrolling through your pictures.
Okay, then don't. I don't know what.
Well,
I mean,
where are
it's
you?
Clearly, Mexico.
Where do you stay when you're in Mexico?
I have a timeshare condo in Baja.
All right.
And it's, you know, like...
All right. Yeah, I mean, I guess you're in Mexico, so what?
Yeah. You're making a big deal out of
something. I'm not making a big deal. Who's making a big deal out of this?
It's like you don't know where I am, and it's like...
Well, it's be a little weird, right, folks? I do a show every day or every week, and he's the co-host of the show, and suddenly he's gone. You pass out some scotch for the front row, the golden circle. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Don't forget about me. Yeah.
Get busy there. Yeah. Go ahead.
If you want them to have scotch, you have the cups, and there's the scotch. You can do it.
All right. Yeah. Tough guy. One of the lessons of tonight is about the power of rewards, as you know, and I want to show you a little bit about what my reward is going to be tonight, and that is the 2018 Dodge Charger. So take a look at this special report.
I'm standing in front of a modern marvel of American technology, the 2018 Dodge Charger. It's one of my favorite cars that Dodge has ever made. And if things go well at Amato 24, through the power of rewards and meritocracy, I'll get to keep this car and make it my own. We got some all-season 20-inch alloy wheels.
Now you're not seeing double, that's dual exhaust pipes. Dad, you ready to hit the road?
Right on, son, right on.
And remember, if everything goes well at AmatoCon, you said that I would get to keep this Dodge Charger for my own, right?
If it's successful.
It handles turns really well. Watch this. I'm psyched about this one.
Stick around to find out if the Dodge Charger is going to be my new car.
Folks, I've just gotten word that the Dodge Charger is now pulling up right out in front of the event center here in Rialto. Let's see if we can get a shot of that. Who wants their high points? Who's got to get the high points? These are all QR codes for high points. Turn it off. You can't use your pockets. For the at the front of the registration desk, you just take the QR code and scan these. But those are probably there's a limit on that. I don't think you get to take that much.
Tonight, we pause to remember the life of Matt Newman. 2 weeks ago, he was gunned down in a senseless act of violence. Here to honor his spirit is AmatoCon chairman, high executive director, and original finder and only member of the car, T. Amato.
Bang, bang, now you gone. I miss you. I miss you.
I think it's important that we bring her out here to honor her and to honor Matt. I want to welcome Toni Newman. Let's give her some love, okay? Matt threw us a curveball with what happened to him. And now we're at a place where there is this investigation into finding out who did this.
Yes.
And we want to help. But tell us what's going on right now and what is happening with the case.
As you know, I have like all this guilt about what happened. Matt and I were not on like really good terms. Our relationship was strained. The last conversation that I actually had with my son was that I was going to take him off our cell phone. You know, we had the family plan. I was going to take him off the plan. He was not happy about that at all. He was like really upset that I did that to him. And I hadn't even done it, but he was just like, no, please, Mom, don't do that.
I mean, you could not stay in that house.
It's not safe.
No.
I'm so scared. I appreciate you being so generous and kind and giving me the opportunity to stay with you.
But I have to tell you, I've made every effort to be there for you yesterday, but the switch with the funeral caught me off guard. The funeral was supposed to be on Tuesday, and then it got moved up to Saturday, and then I showed up there and was denied entry, and then it became a whole scene. We have been doing, back to the investigation, because we really want to find out scumbag who did this. Have the cops been involved in this at all with you? What is your relationship with the San Bernardino police?
Yeah, I wanted to talk to you about this. Police are harassing me. They've been to my house. You know, and of course I'm not there, but they show up there because, you know, we have the Ring camera. They show up, they want the computers, they want Matt's computer, and they want my computer.
They can't do that without a warrant, and even if they do have a warrant, I would get a lawyer, and we can talk about that. I can represent you.
I don't know what Matt was doing. You know, he was always up in his room with the door locked. So
yeah, we have one lead. LaRue was able to go into one of the servers, whatever, for the game, one of the Call of Duty, whatever it is, the games he plays. Yeah. And was able to track down somebody. Casey, are you on the line? Do we have Casey? We're calling about Matt Newman. You know Matt Newman?
I've only met him on a Call of Duty Discord. I've never really met him in real life, IRL.
All right, well, as you know, Matt was assassinated a few weeks ago. Do you have any idea who could have been behind this? Do you have any theories or anything? We're trying to get a sense.
It might have been his weird stepdad. He was kind of into some weird stuff.
No, I don't, that's...
What is he
not talking
talking about,
me.
Tim?
I don't know. He doesn't know anything about me. All he knows about is his video games. But the other thing LaRue is able to do, which I think is pretty hopeful, is we have the ring footage of our assassin. What we were able to do is use AI to generate a image of who it could be. It's not going to be it's not like a photo.
Yeah.
We don't know, but we'll see what LaRue came up with if we could see that now.
What?
Our friend Mark Pork, who has been on the show in the past, was involved in an accident this afternoon. I guess he has a bicycle he was putting in the front of a city bus, and a car backed up into the front of the bus and pinned him between the bus and the car. I don't know if that's something you live through or not, but I think it's a case where he's pinned between those two, and if they pull the car forward, he's going to bleed out or whatever. So they're trying to deal with the situation right now. But Mark's in very grave danger and not likely to pull through. One of the most popular segments on Cinema on Demand this season has been Joey's Take. Now, it was a little controversial because people, and we have one of the guys up here right now who had an issue with it. Well, people were criticizing you, thinking that you didn't have the brains to put this stuff
just
together.
that I couldn't do it live, and I think, I actually did it a couple of times on the show.
You're just reading off cards at all the Joey's takes.
When a contract killer has a rapidly evolving form of dementia, I give this 3.75 stars.
There you
all
go.
Right? 4 I reserve for the best of the best
love Al
films,
Pacino.
like
I
The
can't wait
Godfathers.
to hear about that movie if they put it in some kind of text form or
Why don't
anything
you
I
come
can
see
read
it
about
with me tomorrow, because I can get
I'm definitely not seeing it. I'm going to get to you in a minute what I plan to do.
I think you're going to like this one.
I don't need
Ride with the Devil. Check that.
All right, guys, come on, guys. Jesus, can't behave like that.
I
right?
can behave like that
Not at an
because it's
event like
no,
this,
it's actually warranted. You bottle everything up.
I
see
bottle
you.
everything.
This is Joey. He's just everything's fine. Everything's perfect.
So he should be a rageaholic like you?
No, you have to. There's places in. Look at him. He's getting all upset.
No, I'm not.
I'm kidding with you. Gotta go down to Mexico and blow off some more steam. On Cinema On Demand Encore Reunion. Sitting up here in the main chair, we got G. Amato and Joey Patron back there hanging out, and G. Reg. Because of my DRCS, people say we can't go to the movies anymore. The truth is I can, because what I do is I go to the movies, and I bring this with me, and I create my own safe space here. And it's not disorienting if you could tell I'm just in a movie theater, but there's nothing playing on the screen, so I could sit there and have my popcorn and drink my Diet Coke.
So are you going to wear it to a movie theater? I don't understand. You wear that and go to the movies? Here's something I was talking about with G backstage, which was the Baboon's Pet Boys movie, which a lot of people thought was...
unfortunately are not able to complete because of financial irresponsibility.
Not so fast. There actually has been the potential that it could be completed. Mm-hmm. Crack the code to the vault, and now we're going to open it up and let you have a sneak peek at what Baboon Pet Boys could be.
No, you can't do that.
I'll put you in everything. Like that.
Manny, Mo, look at this.
No! Stop it!
Ah! Manny, Mo, look, it's a treasure map.
It's the map of the baboon.
Treasure of the baboon jungle. Somebody just handed me this. This is the good stuff, Joey. Remember this from high school? I wonder if they have this down in Mexico. They probably do.
I was talking to Manuel, and he said that he, in action, that they trademarked the name Dakar
illegally. So but that's okay, because what's going to happen is they've agreed to this. We have 3 judges.
3 judges.
And we got 2 of the guys from the suite, Ballroom Blitz, and then you, because of your judicial experience. So we're going to have a competition. It's going to be Axiom and Manuel and Corwin the Coward. And then I put together a group, Tim Heidecker, Amato, and the Empty Bottle players. Yeah. And we're both going to play Empty Bottle. And whoever wins that competition based on the judges, they will then retain the ownership of Dakar.
The band currently calling themselves the car.
Hanging out right on sunset, right on the river, have me try, fill me up again.
Ladies and gentlemen, T. Amato and the Empty Bottle Players.
Hang around, waiting for something to pick me up or to hang me dry. Come on. Do we need to vote?
Let's make this a win-win situation. Let's have it where they give you the name Dakar back and you give them their visas.
I just talked
and
to you 5 minutes ago. Stop. Sit down. Sit down. You've disqualified yourself as a judge. It was a big mistake on my part to offer you the opportunity. 3 strikes and you're out. Goodbye.
Right.
Get out of here.
All right.
We have 2 judges. That's all you need.
Pretty obvious that it's the empty bottle player.
Yes! Come on, that's fucking unanimous. I'm breaking up the empty bottle players. But you all now are in Dakar. Let's hear it, everybody. Dakar is back. Thank you, guys. And good luck to you guys. Give me a minute here. I want to say something to you guys. I don't know where we got off on the wrong track, but tonight is about the power of mercy. I want to extend some mercy tonight, and I want to extend an olive branch to my brothers. This is the band that we could go to the next level with. Am I right? With me singing, you on lead guitar, no offense, and you doing what you do with the group. So I want to offer you this. I want you in this group. If you do it, I've been talking to Dad about this. I think the Amato group has some spots for you, some work visas, which I know you've been looking to get. It would solve a lot of your problems.
You mean like a real.
I mean, on paper, this confirms this is a path to citizenship. Dad, you confirm that? You've got the paperwork ready to go?
Right on.
We can sign it tonight if you agree, before you make this decision. He's not a part of the deal. Corwin, the coward, gotta go.
This is the real Dakar. He's a snake.
Yeah,
He's the devil.
I know, but we need those visas, man.
We're back. Fucking Dakar is back, and you can get the fuck out. You could have been my son, motherfucker.
We're going to have a segment coming up called Movie Links. I'm a little nervous about this one. Present a series of movies, and the job of our contestant is to figure out the theme that links them all. And I've asked Kylie to be our contestant. First one, Love Actually. The Proposal. The Ring. Fourth movie, The Wedding Planner.
I think I have to go. I have to get ready for the next one.
Back to you, Tim.
I want to bring somebody to the stage right now. He has a big announcement to make regarding lithium. So what is this?
Lithium rice. Lithium.
Look at that, everybody. This is the first sample of lithium pulled from the ranch. Obviously, we're expecting a lot more, but it's hard to see here. But I want to surprise you with something, because I know your birthday is coming up. Can we bring out our surprise guest? I know you're a fan. Big Bird! Look at that. We're going to get some pictures with you with him if you want.
Why?
Excuse me?
Why? I don't like this bird. What is this?
Dumbledore is the wizard from one of the wizards from Harry Potter, and it was played by 2 actors that passed away. So now I'm the third Dumbledore.
This is an actual sandal from the 10 Commandments. Wow. An extra wore it.
Just 6,000, is it?
It's
okay,
only
let me get my checkbook.
Put that away. Put that away.
Why?
We don't
These are
need to buy
important.
anything, okay? Yeah, keep it on hold, but we're not taking it now. We don't need this.
Well, he could pay for it now, and then he could pick
He's
it up
not going to.
later.
No, we're not doing. We'll talk about it, okay? We'll get back to you.
Did you sell him a broom from Mrs. Doubtfire? You're
Yes.
a con man. That's
Yes.
what you are. You don't have fucking brooms from movies. With final
stay
moments
put.
from
Just
Amato
stay
Con. The
put.
power of
Just
mercy,
stay put.
ladies and gentlemen,
Stay
is
put.
coming
Stay
right
put.
into your televisions. G. Amato, let's bring him out. Hold on a second. G. Amato with The Power of Mercy. Oh, sorry about that.
Sought them out in boundless grace.
Yeah, that was beautiful. Thank you so much. I want to thank everybody for coming out to AmatoCon this weekend. I just want to maybe make this a sort of a fun part of the night. Obviously, we talked earlier about this, the power of rewards. This is your big message to me, that if I did a good job tonight and this weekend, that there would be a reward for it. It's one of those things that inspired me and kept me focused and kept me working so hard to make sure that this went as well as it did. So without further ado, I turn it to you, Dad. What are your thoughts? And do you have the keys on you?
Yes, I do.
So we can proceed. Your official thoughts on the weekend.
I've been considering this over the weekend, the reward of the Dodge Charger, but the answer is no.
Hold on a sec. Wait a minute. That's not the end of the story. Hey, what the fuck was that? Excuse me. Dad, can I talk to you about this?
I told you not to talk with her.
I'm not talking about that. I asked you, I said that if things went okay, I didn't say it was going to go perfect.
But they didn't go okay.
They did go okay. Everybody out there had a fucking good time.
Probably, in your opinion, but not.
I hope everybody's ready for an all-star blues jam and a dance party.
Yesterday, dealing with the Matt Newman shit, which is on you. Okay? Yeah, that's right.
Please welcome to the stage
I didn't ask you to do
the
that
empty
shit.
bottle
You
player.
and him, everybody fucked with me. Okay? You set me up. I didn't ask for that. I asked you for some help.
You wanted
That's my shit.
Hey, what the hell? What are you doing?
I'm not talking to you. I'm not looking at you. Fuck you, Joey.
Don't walk away from me, Tim.
I'm walking away from you.
I'm warning you right now.
Fuck you.
Will be
Tim?
This is what I earned this car. I earned this
party.
car. And I defy anybody to fucking, you know what? Get the fuck out. Get this shit. I asked you to get out of here. Motherfucker.
Tim, stop. Tim, I'm telling you right now, stop. Tim, stop. Stop.
No, stay away from me, Joey. Stay the fuck away from me. This is my car. I earned this car, all right? Dad said the thing. It's not my fault. It's not that my fault that you fucked everything up in there. Yes, you did, motherfucker. The whole family's laughing at what you did. This was me. This was me. Why did you fucking ruin this?
I'm warning you right now.
Don't you
do not put your hands on me again,
motherfucker.
Oh, you want to be a tough guy, huh? You want to be a tough guy? Joey, stop. Joey, stop.
Everybody fucking, you get your money back. Everybody should get your fucking money back. No, I got hit. He fucking hit me. He hit me. He fucking hit me. He fucking beat the shit out of me. You guys get your fucking money back. Amato killed your son.
What?
Amato killed your son.
Oh my God.
He made it happen.
Are you serious?
Shut the fuck up. Turn it off. Everybody get out of here. We're done. This is done. We're fucking done.
Somebody help! Oh my God!
You get him away! Get him the fuck away! Fuck you!
Hi everybody, this is Tim Heidecker from the High Network. I am standing here in front of San Bernardino County Courthouse, where I am attempting to deliver the evidence that I've procured and gathered regarding the death of Matt Newman. This is all here, and the district attorney has refused my calls and refused my insistence on providing them with this legal document. Stand by. The purposes of this encounter is to explain, justify the arrest of Mr. G. Amato and also Joey Patrone for his involvement as well in the death of Matt Newman. We have evidence now that I will be providing for the district attorney. We do not have access to the courthouse at this time, but we'll be submitting this through legal channels.
My name is Miriam Wayman, and I am the District Attorney of San Bernardino County. I wanted to give all of you an update on the investigation into the fatal shooting of Matthew James Newman. First, some background. An adult male arrived at the Newman residence. The male knocked on the door and, without identifying himself, demanded to speak to the occupant. Matthew approached the door from the inside of the house and immediately fired several shots through the door using a Sig Sauer P320 handgun that was registered to a Tim Newman. A suspect has been identified and taken into custody. Investigators were able to determine the shooter to be Joaquin Gabriel Neville. It has been determined Matthew Newman had been conducting an extortion operation, using various social media chat rooms to solicit explicit photographs and videos of a number of students at 3 local high schools, as well as a community college in Barstow. Investigators determined that a 19-year-old female relative of Joaquin Neville's confided in him that she was a victim of this online extortion scheme, which she believes prompted Mr. Neville to take it upon himself to visit Mr. Newman and confront him. Mr. Neville contends that he did not plan to harm Mr. Newman, but he was intending to intimidate him into deleting the explicit material.
Do you have any comments on the accusations made by Tim Heidecker?
We are not able to comment on that at this time.
Joey, I wanted to give you the opportunity to tell us a little bit about what happened at Amato and also give us some context of what's going on with the Amato group and clear the air. So let's start with what happened with Amato.
That whole weekend was just a complete mess. To be clear, AmatoCon 2024 was the direct responsibility of Tim Heidecker. Everything had to be run through Tim, and then we quickly learned that he was hiding information from the rest of us at the Amato group. He would say one thing, and then we would find out that the exact opposite of that was true.
So let's talk about what happened outside.
It's obviously not my proudest moment. I just wish I let him take the damn car and let the police handle it from there, you know? And, you know, by the way, he provoked and attacked me first, you know? And when the police showed up and they reviewed the tapes and they talked to everyone that was there were no charges filed, okay? I acted in self-defense, and thankfully the police saw it that way too.
So where do things stand with the Amato group and Mr. Heidecker?
Well, first of all, Mr. Heidecker is no longer an employee of the Amato group. We have severed all ties with him and with the High Network, with the podcast, with the record deal, everything. We're done.
Can you tell us a little bit more about the Amato group to give us some context?
About 5 years ago, Mr. Amato was looking into the potentially lucrative business of mining and processing lithium. And so it's at that time that the Amato group entered into what's known as a lease purchase agreement with Tim Heidecker and his property called the High Ranch. There was a ton of red flags right out the gate with this, and all of the managers at the Amato group, including myself, warned Mr. Amato to not enter into this, but I guess G saw things differently, and he also saw a lot of potential in Mr. Heidecker's High Network streaming service as a news and entertainment company. After about 2 years, we discovered that the land had too low of a concentration of lithium to make mining it cost effective, and the operation was shut down indefinitely. The land was worthless.
What do you mean by purchase, lease? Did Tim own the land?
At the time that the Amato group was interested in the property, Mr. Heidecker did in fact own the land through a family trust with his now ex-wife that he controlled. However, as part of the deal, the trust conveyed the deed in full to the Amato group for liability and permitting purposes. In exchange, Mr. Heidecker retained a percentage of the mineral royalty interest, which is essentially a cut of anything that is extracted from the soil. However, as the mineral rights were discovered to be worthless, the Amato Group was able to exercise a clause in the contract that executes what's known as a quit claim deed on the mineral rights. So essentially nullifying any interest Mr. Heidecker had in the property in exchange for the return of a certain amount of something called high points, which were also discovered to be worthless.
Can you talk to me about this conspiracy theory about what happened to Matt Newman?
It is a crazy conspiracy theory created by what is clearly a mentally compromised nutcase. And, you know, the San Bernardino district attorney has already spoken about this. They have a suspect in custody, and he's already pleaded guilty. You would think that that would put an end to the speculation, but I guess that's how conspiracy theories are. There's always going to be someone that believes Mr. Heidecker's BS.
And this has been a real trying time for the Amato Group. So what does the future look like?
The Amato Group really thrived for years under G's leadership. Unfortunately, there comes a time in everyone's career where it's time to hang up the hat and enjoy a well-earned retirement. And, you know, G has been suffering from some health issues lately. Mr. Amato is stepping down to spend more time with his family, take things a little more slowly, and you know, get the care that he requires.
Hi everybody, my name is Tim Heidecker. I'm here with my former wife, Toni Newman, and I wanted to begin this video by telling you how excited I am about the video we're about to present to you and how it demonstrates a new path forward for the High Network. Now, as you know, I have severed all ties with the Amato Group, who had in the past financially made many things possible with the High Network, but at the same time had tied our hands when it came to producing instructional, educational, and spiritually uplifting content. And so now, through the support of my ex-wife, or should I say future wife, we'll see, we are able to refocus the High Network into an area which I think is going to be a major benefit to millions and millions of people out there. Toni and I have been through trauma recently, both from the loss of our son Matt and the loss of trust in humanity.
Having Tim back in my life at this juncture has been a blessing. His light has shone bright during my darkest hours, and I am so grateful to have our previous issues in the rearview mirror as we embark on this new chapter in our lives. Our physical connection has never been stronger. And massage is just one part of that new reality.
I think it's time we begin this journey together to improve our health and strengthen our relationships with our partners as we guide you through the 7 levels of erotic massage.
So I found this great company called Crabtree and Evelyn, and they produce all kinds of lotions and potions and oils and different kinds of scents. So we really love this line of lotions because they're not too oily. So they don't leave you all greasy and, you know, it doesn't ruin the sheets.
Thank you all for watching this instructional video about the power and the art of the couple's erotic massage. For the High Network, I'm Tim Heidecker. Have a good night.